found it. He found it.
Nah.
You both are
I'm
doing
sitting
great.
in my comfortable
Wait, there was
armchair.
rook a1! There was rook a1! I was like, what is rook takes e5? Oh my gosh, we have to show that.
Oh my land. Now, I mean, is there anything other than knight f7? I think he's got to go for it. Queen c2.
Okay,
Here we go.
Rook g6.
Wait,
knight e5!
Oh, it's over.
My
Everything
gosh.
is defended, and look at Jeffrey with an iron fist.
And look at Nordebek just shaking his head while the light falls on him. Oh.
I'm still 2 seconds.
Oh my gosh,
Oh,
barely.
knight g5, queen e5 though.
You're right. You're right.
This
e3.
is, oh my god. Oh, oh, oh.
Take on e4! Take on e4! It was 10
E5
to
now,
8.
e5. Oh my goodness. Oh, no. E6.
d8, d8.
D6. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh, what is the queen? How does Hike do it? You were right, Danya. Oh my gosh, it's so sad.
He makes a knight. Oh my god. And king c2, knight e3.
Oh, we
Oh
both
my
got
God.
jumps back after that.
That's incredible. He makes a
Oh
knight.
wow.
Wait,
He
let's
did?
wait.
No, he does not! He
He
did not.
Black is pushed to the edge. He's back against the wall. He's trying king g4. He's trying to escape.
That's really smart play.
But the rook is almost trapped. Okay.
The b7 pawn is well defended, so now both sides using their bishops very wisely,
Oh.
defending both their pawns. And is there any chance here? I don't see.
Oh, he voted the rook!
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
He gets the king to the right corner.
The important part of this endgame is that the king for white cannot create opposition because you can check it off when it's in a dark square. So, oh no!
Oh my
no!
goodness! Oh, it's a
Oh,
ditch
no.
so long. Wow.
He laughed a little bit.
He's just like, what do I have to do?
Oh, what's happening here? This is
Queen f5. I think this is a perpetual now. He shouldn't have allowed that pass pawn, Simon. Oh my goodness. Rook c4 is winning, I think, for black.
oh my word.
He's overpressed. King
Oh
g3
my
is going to be
word.
made. Oh my lands.
Oh
This
dear.
is crazy.
What a turnaround. What a
Oh
turnaround.
my lands. This is made on h4.
Queen h4, checkmate.
Queen h4 made. Black wins. Can you believe it?
Welcome everybody to the Junior Speed Chess Championships. This is the first match of the quarterfinals. I am International Master David Preuss, joined by Grandmaster Roland Kreuzers. Roland,
Yeah.
how's it going?
Everything's going very well at the moment. I'm really excited about this match. I mean, they're both
Yeah.
very exciting players. So I'm really curious about what they will bring, of course, to the chessboard right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but before we start, of course, we have got a lot of things to discuss. So yeah, maybe we should talk a bit about the format first to explain what is happening to it during, of course, this match.
Absolutely. So what's the format for this Junior Speed Chess Championships?
Yeah, so here we go. We've got a 16-player bracket, which was a single elimination knockout, and the winner of each match, of course, advanced to the next line in the bracket. We're now at the quarterfinals, and the time control will be, of course, 5+1. We will play that for 1.5 hours, and then, of course, the next set will be 60 minutes of 3+1 games, and then the last show will be exciting bullet matches with 1+1 for 30 minutes long. Yeah, oh my God, I'm really excited about that. That is such a strange format. But
Are
it's
you a
also
bullet
really-
player yourself?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
I really don't play a lot, and I also don't watch it a lot. So yeah, it will be cool.
Yeah.
Of course, yeah. And the winner of this quarterfinal will move on to the semifinals. And yeah, of course, maybe we should take a look now at the prizes.
Sure. So here we are in the quarterfinals. There are $6,000 of prizes total in the quarterfinals. The winner of each of the matches gets $750. There are 4 of these quarterfinal matches, right? 8 players, 4 matches, $750 to the winner plus a spot in the semifinals. And then another $750 will be divided based on win percentage. So if you score 60% out of the total points in that match and your opponent 40%, you get another $450 on top of your $750. You get $1,200 and go on to the next round. And then in the next round, there's again $6,000, but there's only 4 players to split it instead of 8. So that's even better. And then finally in the finals, there's $5,000 with the winner getting over $3,750 by definition in that match there, as well as one more special prize, a spot in the overall Speed Chess Championship, which will be a 16-player bracket, which will be like, 12 of the top players in the world plus some qualifiers, whereas this is 12 of the best players in the world under 20 years old plus some qualifiers. Or sorry, 20 and under.
Well, that would make me motivated at least. So yeah, but it's funny. So actually with the prizes, you can actually win the full 1,500, for example. If Christopher Yu won all his games, he will get the full 1,500, right?
Yes. So in theory, it is possible for one of these two players to go home or stay home with $0 today after 3 hours of grueling blitz. I don't expect that.
Of course not. No. All right. And here you see what, of course, happened throughout the bracket so far. So Christopher Yu beat Hans Niemann, of course, with 23 points against 9. And Sadhwani had won against, let me see how I pronounce that name. I'm so bad at this.
It's a tough one.
You gave me this one on purpose, didn't you?
Yeah.
Against Paulius, let's call him. Yeah. With 23 against 5. So they both had a very convincing run throughout their round of 16. So yeah, it will be very exciting to see, of course, how they will play against each other.
Yeah, and just below them in the bracket, we see our next matchup for Monday's quarterfinal. It will be Grandmaster Jeffrey Xiang of the United States against Grandmaster Parham Magsudlu of Iran. I believe he is now 20 years old and in his last Junior Speed Chess Championships. Actually, they both are in their last year in the Junior Speed Chess Championships. Last chance to be the champion for those two very famous, very high-rated players. And yeah, let's take a look at today's matchup.
Yeah, what are the predictions here? This is such a cool card, actually, those predictions. Like, okay, so yeah, the calculations are saying that Sadhwani has the biggest chance to win, as you guys can see. It says 72% win probability for Sadhwani. But of course, these are just all computer calculations and anything can happen over the board here. So yeah.
Yeah, Sadhwani is a bit higher rated in Blitz and a bit rated in Bullet on Chess.com, which I think the Chess.com Blitz and Bullet ratings are used heavily in these match predictions.
All right.
So we'll have ample time to talk about our own thoughts and predictions on this match when we get back into it. But the last thing that we want to tell you about is a message from the title sponsor of the Junior Speed Chess Championships, Chess.com, which has a new Chess Kid Adventure app. And for a limited time, you can double up, not just on a file, but on fun and learning for less than half the price. When you subscribe in the new Chess Kid Adventure app, you'll also get full access gold membership to Chess Kid. Download the new Chess Kid Adventure app in the App Store right now. Go do it right now.
All right, I'll do it.
If you're a kid or you have a kid. And we'll be back with the start of the match in just 2.5 to 3 minutes.
See you soon.
Welcome back, everybody, to the match. And we are actually going to kick off our first games right now. The 5-1 section is going to start. Roland, do you have any thoughts yourself on who might be the favorite in this matchup?
Oh dear, we're gonna play that game. It's so hard. These two players are so talented, both. I mean, Crystal, for you, 23 against 5 again in the round 16, and then Sadhwani also with I think also with a 23 versus 5 win in the round 16. So it's very hard. I think. Well, I'm a GM. I'm a bit biased, so I like the GM. GM title does mean something, you know.
Yeah.
So I think that Sadhwani is the favorite in my eyes. I also like his playing style very much. Before I was checking out some of his games, and he has a very exciting playing style. Yeah,
Yeah.
very creative openings, I think, and of course it's blitz and bullet, where you see a lot of tactical ideas from both players. Of course, when you play blitz or bullet, it's almost always completely decided by tactics. So I expect both players to really go for that. But yeah, okay, if I have to say a name, I'll say that Sadhwani is the favorite.
Yeah.
How about yours?
Well, that's where the smarter chess prediction was on stats, and that's also where the the Twitch gold went as far as bets. So I think that Sadhwani is also a mild favorite. Yeah, I'm going to say that. I wanted to say that Chris Yu was a favorite after his first round match because, you know, he was a lower seed, meaning that he played a stronger opponent in the first round, right? So Sadhwani beat the 15th seed because he's the second seed. He beat somebody with with Chess.com blitz and bullet ratings of about 2,700. And Chris Yu actually scored an upset, beating somebody with ratings of about 3,000 in Hans Niemann.
Yes.
And Chris Yu himself is kind of like a 2,900, 2,950-ish blitz and bullet player. So, so I think in his first round match, he actually probably had by a little bit the higher performance rating, kind of the better first round showing. But I looked at it overall, and you know, Sadhwani's bullet rating is, I mean, it's stratospheric. It's over 3,000, and he's got a peak bullet rating of like 3,177. That puts him, I mean, just up there among the top bullet players, you know, the group right behind Hikaru. So I think that Chris Yu is going to have chances in this match, but I'd be afraid that even if he goes into bullet with a small lead, that Sadhwani could catch up there.
Okay, you're not just saying that because of the position, right? Because I think Black is doing fantastic right now.
No, not just saying it because of the position. Black is doing great this game, which is Chris is playing Black this game. And one of my keys to success for Raunak Sadhwani in this match would be not to play B3. But I think that's how he started this match off. I didn't see the first move, but judging from the position on the board, I think he may have started with 1B3.
You're absolutely right. We can check a little bit how the opening went.
Okay. Yeah. So that's going to be one of the keys for him. And hopefully he'll notice it after this first game. Or I mean, you know, he could make a really interesting match of it, and we could have another upset if he keeps playing B3 and getting getting his king trashed like this.
Well, Jobava would, of course, disagree with you. Of course, Jobava he's a really good 1B3 player. He was the one actually that made the whole 1B3 opening really popular again.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
and I personally...
yeah, right now I think that Black has countered the opening perfectly.
Yeah, I personally have nothing against 1B3 in general. But I think that Raunak will be less successful with it than with 1E4. That's all I'm saying. And I think it's fine for him if he wants to play B3 for fun and experiment with it or whatever and get better at playing a position that he's not, or an opening that he's not as good at right now. But I looked at his first round match, which, as you said, he won 23-5. And I think that out of those 5 points that Paulius scored, at least 2 of them were in 1B3.
Okay, that's a really interesting statistic. Yeah.
And that with 1E4, Raunak scored something like, you know, I don't know, 10 wins and 2 draws or something with one E4, right? And with one B3, he scored like 0 and 2. Or maybe he scored 1/2, 1.5 with white, and Paulius played one B3 himself with white once and won the game. So, I mean, it was night and day. And yeah, let's see how this first game ends, I guess. Let's practice calculating our tactics and warming up our brains. So
Very complicated already. There are so
Chris,
many.
you just sacked a piece.
You can
Seems
have
to be
pieces
winning it
in
back
back.
easily.
Yeah. And then I like the A2, A1 construction. It looks so
You
nice.
do? The king on H1 doesn't like it as much as you.
So it's so thematic in like the, how do you say, the hedgehog system where you put the queen on A1 like that. It's
Knight
very
H6
thematic. Of course,
is,
right now it didn't work, but I think actually that Sadhwani has got a counter in right now. Bishop
Yeah.
takes G7. Look at that, threatening Knight H6, winning the queen. So I guess black has to take back, and then white takes the bishop on D2.
Trade, and then rook D2 with basically just a game. I mean, black's advantage disappeared.
Yeah, I mean, it's not, white is not even a pawn down anymore after f takes e4. I mean, that's going to happen because white's also attacking the knight on d7. So I think something went wrong. Let's have a look at what exactly went wrong here. So knight g4 was played, which is a normal move to protect, of course, the mate on h2. But after that, taking
maybe
on d2,
f5, maybe f5 there would have been a good move instead of taking on d2.
It's if that's the, I like f5, by the way. I like the Dutch, so I like f5. Let's go. But that's such a, that's a difficult move. But I guess it
deals with that knight h6 issue, and if that knight ever moves, you've got that bishop e3 check, which is the dream of black, to play queen h4, king g1, bishop e3 at some point.
Yeah, for example, after knight e5, black can play queen h4. This one here, well, you got bishop e3, but you also have got mate in 3.
Yeah. Right. So
yeah. So but
so
f5 such a hard move to find, though. Yeah. And then what happens? Instead, bishop takes d2, bishop takes g7, and we're probably going to exchange into an.
Yeah, and now we're into an endgame that's anybody's game at the moment. I would favor white's one active rook on d7 as maybe a slight edge for white.
Yeah, we do have to calculate, of course, a little bit what happens after a takes b3, but white's just going to play rook takes b7. Looks like, and then maybe rook a4 with the idea to attack the c4 pawn. So let me actually put that on the board. So takes rook a4. But okay, white is just much more active than black. Look at those the rook on f8, the knight on c8. If you compare that to the knight on e4 and the rook on b7, it's just much better for white, right? So the game turned around. The opening was, like you said, a bit of a disaster for white.
And I think they're playing out exactly the variation you suggested. I was thinking maybe black would have b6 in this position instead of those trades, but it looks like they played what you said, and knight e6 came in. So after rook a4, there was knight c5. That was the winning tactic.
Let's take a look at how that finished real quick. So yeah, so let's take a look. So after knight takes e4, white is just has a pleasant position, more active pieces. Rook a4, knight takes c5. But okay, black missed.
That was the problem with rook a4.
And then it was just completely over. Yeah,
okay.
An extra pawn.
So Sadhwani scores a point with b3 and may or may not realize that he didn't get a good opening.
Saying, screw that, David. I'm just going to play 1b3 and I know I'm going to win.
Yeah.
He heard you from afar and got extra motive.
Well, in my scouting report on Sadhwani, which involved looking at his latest match heavily, right, to see those games, because it's like, I mean, you could look at his tournament games in the database. They may not tell you what his, blitz chess looks like or his bullet chess looks like, right? So I looked at his match from the round of 16, and I thought, my goodness, this guy gets terrible positions every game. This is the number 2 seed. And I mean, maybe I just don't understand all the positions, right? I mean, very often if a GM's choosing a position, it means it's a good position. If the IM thinks it's a bad position, it means the IM doesn't understand chess. But to my eyes, I mean, he had bad positions almost every game and then scored, I mean, almost a wipeout as far as the points he scored from those positions.
Maybe it's something psychological. Like I'll play something weird. I'll get my opponent to think a lot, to burn his calories in the brain, and then I'll just crush him in with the tactics phase in the middle game. Maybe
Yeah.
that's some sort of psychological strategy because
It may
he
be, and
does
that may
get-
be like specifically like an approach to blitz matches, right? To like let your opponent like try to find ways to press an advantage, which is like tough to do in blitz. But my impression was that he was very comfortable playing bad positions. He would repeat the exact same bad position from a previous game. The structure you see right now is exactly what I expected them to be playing in the games where Christopher has white. I would strongly recommend to Christopher to play D4 versus E4 for the majority of the match. And Sadhwani was playing A6 Queen's Gambit declines like this, where he's just got, you know, the light squared bishop, which I think is worse than white's light squared bishop. And white has a choice of minority attack or F3, E4 and stuff. And he just played this position again and again and again. And he often won endgames where he had like the backwards C6 pawn and just nothing going for him as far as I could tell.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. This looks very pleasant for white at the moment. So black's plan is to, you said this bishop on e6 is terrible, and that's totally correct, of course. The classic idea is to play knight d6 or knight g7 and then play bishop f5 to exchange that. But white's already so far advanced with the pawn side attack already that it's going to be hard to stop. There are variations, I think, in the Queen's Gambit declined or whatever opening this was, where you already have the bishop exchange when white is that far advanced in it. So the opening, once again, you're absolutely right, is in favor of white here.
Okay.
Yeah,
cool. Well, I predict we're going to see this position a whole bunch of times, Roland. So if at some point you understand why Sadhwani wants to play this position for black, I'm sure all of us would be curious to hear why he wants this.
He's just in love with it or something like that. Or he's just, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe he has actually a plan or something, or maybe we'll see anyway. I'll keep an eye out for it.
Yeah. But I expect, chat, that we're going to see this position a lot. And bishop to d3,
bishop d3,
maybe rook c5, bishop f5, rook b5, or just b6. Because b takes c5 plus the queen.
Yes. Oh no. His strategy is really the middle game. Yeah, middle game tactics. Also, very quickly played b6. He sees these things really quickly. So yeah, the point is, everybody, that after bishop takes, black has an in-between move of bishop takes c5, attacking the queen, and then he gobbles up the bishop on f5.
He's got a ton of time left on his clock for this game to have reached sort of a decisive moment already.
Yeah, his idea was to exchange the bishop on f5, which I don't really understand. This bishop, like you said, is much stronger. But yeah, and so after taking, well, I guess there is some merit because the d5 pawn might be weak. It might be attacked by the knight. But yeah, tactics.
But you were thinking more like bishop e2 for white, just kind of leaving pieces on the board. And
that's what I was thinking, yeah, because it's a good bishop. And now, but this is getting more interesting. No, not really, yeah. Black's one still a full piece up. So some exchanges, and it looks still really good for black. It's working. The openings are not working for black, but the middle games definitely are.
Yeah.
Bishop c4. Yeah, we should see probably a resignation pretty soon. Although, I mean, white's pawn structure is very solid. He might try it for some time. Queen e8. I like it. Very solid.
Right. Yeah, in classical, of course, this would be a resignation, but this is a blitz match, and so the margin for tricks is totally different.
How important do you think is the extra time there?
I think this game, there's ample time because, you know, a piece was hung so early in the game, or won, or tacticked, or whatever, tricked. So time won't be a factor this game, but in games that are closer, then the time advantage often plays a serious role.
Yeah, so here Sadhwani even has more than a minute time advantage, so he'll feel very comfortable. Yeah, I mean, their faces don't really tell us too much. Yeah, they have really poker faces at the moment, so
Yeah.
we don't really know what's going on. If they lose, same pace. If they win, same pace.
Yeah.
If I win, I would be jumping around in my apartment. But if I lose, I would be like, oh my god, I'm doing so
Uh-huh.
many things wrong. But these guys, real professionals, they just move on to the next.
I'm pretty expressive as well. But I think it's great to just be in perfect focus. That's a good mode to be in.
I don't like the f3 move for white. Now there's a really nice target on e3 for black to target. If the knight moves, we're just going to target with the knight, for example, to c4, or of course with the rook. Yeah. It looks like this is over. We should get a resignation. Well, I would try e4. Let's say, okay, let's hopefully. Well, you can always try this. Yeah, let's.
Oh yeah.
Let's see if he sees this.
Right. Yeah.
I would try this at least. I know my opponent is going to see this, but still, I would try it just. So that
Yeah.
everything I can.
So on e4, black should maybe play knight takes d4 instead of rook takes e4. Okay. Try something else with g4 here, but then knight e3 seems pretty simple for black.
Yeah. Everything is defended. Not much is going on.
Yeah.
I mean, I would try to gobble up the pawn on d4 even if I was.
I guess he also wants to figure out a way to get his king off the back rank at some point, or is that just not happening?
Yeah, he does have to be careful about that. Yeah, for example, if you move the rook here, white can start checking 1,000 times on a7 and a8, and then the king has to somehow march away to get to freedom. So, yeah, especially now, by the way. Okay, so another trick I'm spotting is that if black wants to, of course, get out of the checks, if he's to, then suddenly there's rook takes d7.
Uh-oh, not that way.
Okay, so Christopher does have a few things to play for, but I guess the king is just going to run all the way to
right, and then once the king's on the queen side, white can play something like rook g7 or rook h7 and see if they can trade off black's pawns fast enough, but it won't quite work out.
It's strange how black played this. Yeah, I would put the rook, for example, on e7. Like when he played rook c6 here. If you one move further. Okay, now we're here. Okay, so h6 was played, knight c5 was played. Okay, rook e7 is of course not possible, but you could maybe say rook e8 might be
right.
Okay.
I think then he wasn't sure how to defend against knight coming back to d7.
Yeah, probably you have to play rook e6 back. Okay, so Christopher does have something to play for them. It's not that easy. Let's get back to the live position. So the king indeed ran all the way.
Wow, he's all the way.
Wait, I was thinking rook a2 and then knight e7, but luckily there's a bishop.
Yeah, too bad about that bishop.
But okay, I do have to say, Sadhwani is playing this close to perfectly. Everything's protected still. The rook is nicely covering all the weaknesses as well. The knight has to go to f1 though, which is
f1, huh? But I guess that just means it goes to f1.
Not over. It's not over. There's still
Right.
tactics in the position.
Yeah, I can definitely see why white would be playing this out. That seems very hard to win for a full extra piece.
But it's still, Sadhwani has 1 minute more than his opponent. Christopher is down to the last seconds in the game. So this will be extremely hard to, end resignation.
Wow, and he did it.
He lost on time. Anyway.
Okay, actually, I'm going to say, even though it was an extra piece, I don't feel at all confident that I could have won that endgame for black.
So many tactics. Yeah, I wouldn't win that as well, especially against these really talented kids.
I would definitely need my whole 4 minutes for sure if I wanted any hope of winning that endgame. Okay, we get another b3.
Yeah, another b3. Yeah, with c4. Okay, knight bd2. I've played this line as well with you always seem to get a lot less space than your opponent. Yeah, after e5, I think the opening already went south.
He's building that construction again, the trapped rook on a2, which emerged to d2 and then d7, striking the winning blows.
Yeah, it's
And,
this is the winning rook.
yeah.
This rook will be decisive later.
Yeah.
So right now it's kind of a dumb piece. Yeah?
Okay, g4, making some kingside weaknesses in exchange for the bishop pair.
Yeah, so
And-
White did change his strategy up, yeah? Like his knight h4 and g4 idea, that's new compared to the last game where they played this. Makes sense. Now he at least got the bishop pair. And
Yeah.
Black played e4. What do you think about e4? Do you like it?
Yeah, I mean, e4 opens up the d6 bishop, looking to play on the king side. So it's definitely in line what Black wants to do. The question is, did Black need a preparatory move like rook e8 or rook d8 first, right? Is White going to be able to find some kind of weakness in Black's center here, like g5, knight takes e4
G5.
or some?
Yes. Maybe Black should have prepared it because now he's losing the e4.
Right, and if he plays e3, then pawn takes knight was hitting the queen, so he couldn't do that. So now basically he's playing down a pawn with some kingside weaknesses.
That's true. Yeah, Black does have some compensation. The pawn on g5 is advanced. The pawn on h3
Yeah.
is advanced. Black
e3 to cover the f4 square is what I would have done, so I'm happy to see one move.
e3 looks like the best move. Yeah, to prevent knight f4. The knight on h5 is now kind of a dead piece.
Right, and if it were on f4, it would be kind of a good piece. So
yeah, it would be brilliant. Yeah.
Yeah.
I always say to my students, like, knights don't want to be on the rim. They want to have a steady, stable square in the center. They want to be useful. So if you compare the h5 knight compared to the e4 knight, it's clear which one is the more active and better piece here, right? So prime example we've got here about good knights versus bad knights.
Yeah, knight c5, trying to trade the good knight, and in the process, introduce the question about the g5 pawn, how it's going to be defended more long term.
How h4, I suppose, or queen g4. Yeah, also have queen g4. I'm expecting. That looks pretty. He doesn't care.
Leaves it.
He
He
doesn't
leaves it.
care. The only way Black can get into the game is if the knight starts to get active.
I guess h4 queen takes c4 was a problem though, right? It would hit the rook and then go pick up the h pawn, and suddenly White's lost.
Yeah, but you do have queen g4, which
Queen
protects
g4,
both.
yeah, would protect everything.
Black does have counterplay after rook takes a4. To attack c4. So okay, maybe this was what Christopher.
Be a messy position, but I mean, if queen b3 is the best move, it's not an easy one to find. It's not the first direction you look.
In a blitz game, I would probably not even consider that. So queen b3, yeah? Then what happens? He didn't take. Okay.
Right.
Now h4. Okay, so he solved the problem, but queen d6 happened.
f4.
f4 happened. King sides again. Knight g3. Yeah, now the knight is suddenly very active again. Very nice
It's headed to f5. It's going to look at e3 and h4, which are both great targets.
Yeah. I prefer Black, suddenly. Black has the safer king. And White has got a lot of weak pawns that are suddenly attacked by a brilliant knight on f5.
I'd try rook a to d2 here.
A d2.
Rook a d2. Trying to emphasize some kind of advantage as opposed to just trying to defend my bad pawns, and the knight will just keep hopping and I won't be able to keep track of it.
That looks pretty good. Yeah, let's see if he plays this. I mean, I think you're absolutely right. He needs to do something. Rook a2, yeah. I mean, yeah, rook a2. This was his plan all along. He wanted the rook to come.
It's going to triumph again from on the exact same route. a2, d2, d7.
Really long think by Black.
Yeah.
No, by White, excuse me.
Oh, by White, yeah.
h5?
Yeah.
Are these kids geniuses or something? What is h5? I don't understand it at all.
Well, yes, they are geniuses. And why h5? That I can't answer.
Lose a pawn.
He played
Okay, I guess
h2.
you would have lost it anyway, but what does h5 accomplish? Don't you just like the pawn here now?
I don't know. Maybe in some case, like the king on h7, there would be this diagonal c2 to h7 if black gave up the 8th rank at some point, but it's a
Think
long way off.
It's to destabilize the knight on f5. If now
Mhm.
g6, for example, bishop takes, g takes, this
Yeah.
looks a lot worse than if this pawn, for example, was on g7.
Yeah, you safely
That's
go king
the-
f2,
Really?
covering the only weakness you have left there, and
Rook
get ready to
h1,
activate the rooks.
trying to get over there.
Maybe
h5.
maybe an advantage for white.
I'm really impressed by Sadhwani so far.
Hey, we all get to
mean-
learn something today.
Not his openings, but to be fair, but I do really enjoy his style of playing. h5, what a move.
Yeah.
In blitz even, yeah?
Now, after queen e4, bishop takes f5 doesn't impress me that much because, I mean, the pride of our position is the rooks on the d file for white, but I mean, it seems impossible for black to lose with this queen inside of white's position.
And we're back to the current position. Yeah, exchanging the bishop, I agree. The bishop was the biggest defender of white's camp.
Isn't there rook b8 winning the game? Hang on, what's happening?
b8 with the idea to scoot over to the second
Of rook
rank.
b2 and queen h2. Maybe it doesn't quite win. Maybe white can block on d2 and play king e1.
Maybe, yeah. But white does have to protect e3 as well because of queen takes e3, I think. So
Right, so you'd have to block with that rook, but then you could take and play queen e3. Yeah, so isn't white sort of dead?
I would like to play something like queen a7 to protect.
To protect, yeah.
But or queen d7. Oh, but what happens after rook b2 now?
That's to protect the rook when it's dangling on d2 after allowing queen e3.
But you are allowing queen e3. That doesn't
You're
have
just
to
allowing queen e3, yeah.
Well, we got another turnaround, David.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
think white was doing quite well at some point, but then suddenly after the bishop got exchanged for the knight, which was kind of a dead piece on h5, yeah. Suddenly it's black who's looking pretty decent right now. Weak king.
right. So can black play rook e4? Can they leave their king behind and just go aggressive? Queen c8 to f5 says no.
No,
So
that's not true unless you want a repetition. Yeah. So we're looking at rook e4,
yeah,
then queen c8, king h7,
Yeah.
queen f5 is a perpetual because if black plays g6.
so instead of rook e4, he has to look at either g6 or h4. h4 would prepare queen g3, rook e1. Maybe that's the most direct.
h4 looks really good. Yeah, with queen g3, I guess, or h3. Yeah, I guess that's gonna happen. h4 looks so natural. Actually, it happened. Yeah, h4,
Okay.
rook f2, and now queen is here. Rook is
Checked
coming.
and switched files, right? The rook on f2 was blocking the communication on e1, but I mean, so heavy piece endings in general, queen and rook endings are decided most often by a checkmate, not by who has more or less pawns. I mean,
Especially here, yeah. Like, I
that
don't
didn't defend
exactly-
against rook b1, did it? I mean, I don't know if there was a move that did, but that's going to get Chris you on the scoreboard.
Yes. Well, yeah, I was thinking don't take because otherwise you've got queen c8 and queen f5 again. So, wow, they see everything. Yeah, they're so focused.
Oh, yeah.
They're so focused. Look at them. Okay,
All right.
we did your opening again.
Queen's Gambit with a6 again. Yeah.
So it's not a queen's gambit declined. It's an a6. What is that? What's the opening of that name again?
I don't know.
It has a name. I forgot
Yep.
which one. But
It does. But just as I don't need to know the name of 1a3, I don't need to know the name of this because I'm never going to play this as black.
No, it seems to be. I think it's an okay opening actually, but right now I don't understand it. The rook on b8 looks a bit awkward because black usually wants to play c6 to protect the d5 pawn.
Right.
And of course, once again, the bishop on e6 is a problem for black. needs to activate something.
Yeah.
I like white. I think you're once again right. We're once again getting into a position where white has got the opening advantage.
Yeah.
Or rather, Christopher has the opening advantage.
Yeah, that's right. Because when he's got black, then it's black who has the opening advantage.
Yeah. So, but okay. I mean, it's not. Of course, it's still a position. White looks a bit more pleasant, I would say. Um, no weaknesses, while black has some problems getting to the ideal. Yeah, exchanges. For example, knight g7, bishop f5 is once again coming, but white can just defend it by knight g3 to make sure
Yeah.
it doesn't happen. Queen c5.
I would say that generally speaking, from the first couple games of this match, although it's 2-1 for Raunak, I would say that Christopher is well positioned to threaten an upset in this match because Raunak is playing exactly the openings that Christopher could have prepared for. And one of the strengths in Chris Yu's game is opening preparation. He's got he does really good serious work on that. And so I think he correctly chose to play d4. I think that he probably predicted basically exactly these positions that we're seeing. And that means, you know, whether he's up a point or down a point at the start of the match, like he is getting what he needs to get to win the match at some point. So
I can tell that he really prepared for this. Yeah, his openings look super solid, and he always get an advantage. Yeah. So yeah, how much time do you think they prepared for this? Do you think they prepared really for weeks on end, or do you think
for this,
Yeah,
I don't think like weeks on end, but let's see. I would guess that Chris could have easily put in like 10 hours, maybe
10 hours preparation.
maybe 10 hours preparation for this match, something like that.
I've never prepared so much for anything in chess. I think.
No, come on, you're a professional.
I'm a coach more nowadays, but yeah, when I played professional chess, it was always 2 hours or something to prepare, because usually when you prepare openings, you don't have to prepare something new. You always
Right.
play what you already know and what you already prepared at home. So during a tournament, you usually just play whatever you have already prepared at home.
Right.
So it's, if you put during a tournament, let's say you play one day and then the next day you have to play another game, it's actually sometimes wiser not to prepare at all.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
to
I
get
mean,
some more energy for the
yeah,
next.
if you're playing a game and then the next day and the next day, the kind of traditional tournament that we've played, then I would think, you know, 2 hours would be a lot of preparation if you're playing a game every day. But in this case, you know, they played their last match probably at least 10 days ago, maybe 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
I don't always keep the best track of time, so I don't know how long ago the round of 16 finished up for them. But there was you know, a lot of time and no fatigue issue, right? So they were welcome to prepare a lot if they wanted to.
Of course, yeah, it's not a normal tournament situation. Just a
Is
question.
rook
What
takes
about rook takes
c4 just a
c4?
blunder from Raunak? No. Oh, and he just,
Do you think it was a mouse slip, maybe?
I mean, was
Maybe
he
it
headed to b1 instead of b2? That wouldn't have been any better.
I was thinking rook b3 actually. So I think Radwani defended really well. His position was more or less okay after knight c4. The only weakness
I agree. I agree. You see, miraculously, he somehow always ends up okay, despite despite the early impression his openings make on me. So
b2, what a blunder. Yeah, my guess is that he wanted to play rook b3.
rook b3. Okay, and it was just a mouse slip, because that would be looking at doubling the rooks on the b file and, you know, maybe pressure against e3 or f2 at some point. More likely a mouse slip than a blunder, you think?
There could have been still some action going on.
But his reaction looked more like, oh man, how could I blunder, than like, ah, my stupid hand, you know? I'm gonna guess.
Like throw the mouse out of the window. Just
Yeah, I'm gonna guess, and this might be too sore of a subject for us to confirm in an interview, but I'm gonna guess that it was a blunder.
I
And
guess it could be a blunder.
Yeah.
Just it's still blitz, yeah. Even though they still had 3 minutes on the clock and Christopher at 2 minutes and 50 seconds.
So let's switch to the next game.
Yeah.
And it looks like Sadhwani might have played a knight of 3 c4 d4 kind of opening.
But
Yeah.
once again with b3.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, this is now they call this the Zukertort system, yeah, with white, I think.
Yeah.
Where you play b3 and e3.
Yeah.
Zukertort, of
And
course,
this game
famous
is
player.
reasonably popular, but I think overall it's comfortable for black if they get a move order where they can play c5 in one move. I think this kind of system for white is more dangerous if black starts with a Slav kind of setup and spends a move on c6. And even then, as far as I know, the main approach to this kind of structure for black is that you eventually play c6, c5, with b6, bishop b7, and you get this exact same kind of position down a tempo, but I think grandmasters are able to defend it as black.
Well, or Sadhwani at least is able to. Or Christopher, of course, international master, but I'm sure that Christopher will become a GM soon as well.
Yeah.
But
in fact, I would say, for those, who don't necessarily know these players that well, I would say that if not for the pandemic and for a year without play, Chris didn't play over the board from March 2020 until March or April 2021, a full year. I think without that, he would have been a grandmaster already. And Sadhwani himself was a grandmaster at 13, one of the youngest of all time.
Oh my goodness. I was so happy when I became a grandmaster with 22. It's like these kids, oh my god, they're so...
Hey, 22 is good. Grandmaster is good at any age. I bet that of all the people watching our show right now, there are very few who wouldn't be happy to be a grandmaster at absolutely any age.
I was so happy about that, absolutely. Yeah, but these kids, they will laugh at my face. 22? Ha! What's that? I was 13 when I became grandmaster. It's insane, yeah, how good they are. Okay, what about the position? White. Well, what I do like about this choice from Sadhwani is that he doesn't really run any risk. It's very solid. Pawn structures look really decent. All the pawns are protected. No weaknesses for white. So I do like how solid he's trying to play. But is that his style? That's what I mean, the last game was also really solid from black, and now he's and he got a really good position, or an equal position. He equalized after some pressure, and here he's got some pressure himself, and he's trying to push for the advantage. But before we went into the match, I checked some of his games, and I was like, wow, he plays such crazy openings. It's such an exciting player. But now he plays basically very solid systems, like the a6 variation in the Queen's Gambit declined.
Right.
And now
you haven't seen him play 1e4 yet in this match, nor have you seen Christopher play 1e4. I think one of the strengths of Raunak is in e4, e5 positions. I think that's one of his greatest strengths.
Okay.
So
no, wait. The knight was trapped. The knight was trapped. Wait, something happened.
Yeah, black can block this quote-unquote back rank checkmate, and Raunak with more unhappy expressions.
Queen d8, bishop.
Did he forget about back rank mate or something?
That there was no back rank mate, right? Like bishop d6 is coming, but if black plays, for example, something like queen a3, then it should be perfectly okay for black. Well, okay, white will maybe be able to grab a pawn if black plays queen a3.
Right.
But it looks like the queen and the bishop are working so nicely together. They've got all the pawns under control, basically. So yeah, blunder. Let's take a look how exactly that happened. So after queen d1, in move 23, a6 happened. White played knight c7 here,
with the idea of rook c7, rook d8. So white gets fancy, but black But black just trades it and plays queen c8, defending a6. He must have been counting on the back rank mate. I think he,
Yeah, maybe.
I
in
don't
this
know how
case,
deeply he looked at it. I would guess he was counting on the back rank mate when he went for knight c7, thinking that he was going to win that a6 pawn. Because otherwise, knight c7 is just fancy for no reason, right? There has to be like some kind of reason he wanted knight c7, and I think he thought he would have knight a6.
Yeah, but bishop f8 stops everything. So what happens was knight takes, queen d8.
Oh my goodness. Chris took on a2. I was calculating whether or not that was possible, and I did not think that it worked, but he went for it.
Brilliant stuff. The idea is knight d7, queen takes d7, queen d2, and he wins back the piece.
Queen d2. Oh my goodness. I had been calculating, while we were talking, queen b1 check, queen e4 check, and some various things, but just knight d7 and queen to the d file. Wow.
Let's see. This is now the current position. So
showing some strength is Chris Yu.
95 incoming, knight f3. Well, black is clearly in the driver's seat. It's not that easy still, though.
It's tricky. It's
tricky.
I
mean, lots of checks, of course. Queen g5. If you pre-move knight e5, you would.
I think queen e2.
Yeah, you would not trade queens here, right? Or would you?
I wouldn't, because knights are not that good against passed pawns.
I agree.
I think with a knight, I want to attack the white king, so I would go queen e2, knight e5, but
he just takes.
He just trades one of the pawns to reduce the counterplay, and he's confident that he's got the winning margin. So this actually makes it simpler for him to play.
I think something like queen b1, queen e4, knight e5 once again. This looks over. This looks
very, very good practical.
c6 is nicely defended, so the pawn cannot advance. So yeah, we started with a 2-0 for Sadhwani, but suddenly it's 3-2 for Christopher Yu.
Wow. So he's come roaring back into the match, and he has a 1-point lead as we go into our first little break. They get a halftime break at after the first half of the 5-minute. So we will be back in 2 minutes with the second half of the 5-minute portion of this match.
Very close match.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. This curriculum is designed to work with Common Core standards and global educational guidelines. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds, Chess Kid helps you organize your students and monitor their progress. Each child receives a weekly report card that shows how many lessons, puzzles, and games were completed. You can also organize kids into clubs and send them messages. Chess Kid is the online home of scholastic chess for thousands of kids, parents, schools, and coaches. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Welcome back, everybody, to the Junior Speed Chess Championships first quarterfinals. Christopher Yu against Raunak Sadhwani. I am here with Grandmaster Roland Preussers. Roland, what do you think about this mini comeback we just saw?
It was, I thought that Sadhwani was playing so well. I mean, the openings, once again, we're not a fan of that, but he always knew how to strike at the right moment. Like when there was a tactic, Sadhwani was always there. But suddenly in the last 3 games, he got a bit careless. There were some blunders, there were some mistakes, and suddenly Christopher is in the lead with 3-2. So in my eyes, this could go anyway. This could go Christopher's way, or this could go Sadhwani's way. They both have played so far very well, and also they both played a few bad. They both had a few bad moments. So
yeah,
hard to say.
I would say both players with their chances in the match right now. Sadhwani maybe still like a tiny favorite, as people were saying. I mean, I think a lot of people thought he was the favorite, but it's looking like it will be closer than some people expected. As we get a very combative opening out of this game here.
Yes.
With an early 95 from Christopher Yu, making this opening much more combative than the other ones. But I want to say, like, match-wise, there's always this comeback chance for Sadhwani as well because of his incredible prowess in the bullet segment that will come up, even though Chris Yu is looking to be in great form so far.
Yeah, of course, we still got a long way to go, everybody. We still have a 3+1 section as well, time control, and of course a bullet section, 1+1 time control. But yeah, I wanted to check that position. Like after knight takes e5, d takes e5, h6, it looks like black is losing the knight, but black can play h6 and g5 to get at least the bishop if white ever takes the knight. So do you think it's worth it for black? Like you do.
I don't know. Black also has the tactical resource d4, which can sometimes win back.
That's a really good point. d4. Why didn't he play that? Well, there was queen.
There's queen a4, b5. It's kind of madness.
I'm really struggling to see who's better and why. I mean, if the bishop is gone, suddenly the e5 pawn will be extremely weak.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we for the first time in this match, Sadhwani has an opening advantage.
Mm-hmm.
What do you
He
think?
also has a
Because
huge time advantage in this opening, right? I mean,
yeah,
Christopher initiated this interesting 95 move and then immediately started thinking after Sadhwani went into the complicated trade on e5, h6 stuff. And now he's threading that e5 pawn for the first time.
as well as
Perhaps
your
not the last.
D4 move. Your D4 move is now also a threat. It wasn't because the queen was pinned
Right.
on E8.
So on
But-
f4, which would be the way to defend the pawn,
All
presumably
right.
d4 would have been bad for him, and Chris just gives up the e pawn.
Because of this little discovery.
Ouch.
Good play by Sadhwani. Queen c7 extremely quickly played as well to make sure the
Yeah.
tactics. Sadhwani is a master of it. Absolutely. F4. Ooh, F4? My goodness, that is. If my student did that, I would give, I would say, don't play moves like that. It weakens everything. But yeah, I mean, I guess he was just a bit desperate because his position was already so bad. Yeah.
He doesn't look nearly as happy about this turnaround as he looked upset about the previous stretch. I mean, he was visibly upset, and I was a little worried that, maybe he starts playing some unhappy moves there after that stretch. Maybe the little ad break was just what Sadhwani needed.
Maybe he just rechecked his openings real quick, or yeah, I don't know. Maybe he did something good at least. So
Yeah.
maybe we should ask what he had for as a snack or something. Then I'll buy 1,000 of those, and then hopefully it works.
Yeah, Chris, you looking really hard for a move that might stop Bishop G7, but I didn't see any move, and even Rook B1 attacking the Queen doesn't seem to stop Bishop G7. So if Queen takes G7, he's got Queen B1.
Exactly. Yeah. If White is
which is
trying to be
check.
smart by taking the bishop first and then the queen, Black is saying, "No, I'm even more smarter than you. I'll take a full rook bishop," and suddenly you'll get an exchange up. Okay, so yeah, it was something clearly went wrong. Especially
Just a disaster for Chris that sixth game. He's gonna have to put that behind him. Just an absolute unmitigated catastrophe there.
Let's check real quick what exactly happened there.
I
Because
guess he shouldn't play that 95 move again.
well, 95 seemed really okay, but I think his follow-up might not have been the best. Like bishop h4, g5, bishop g3.
But I mean, 95 is flying in the face of that bad bishop on e6, looking at your queen on b3. It's just Black has so much tactical juice for an early fight that White's starting.
You have to play something like e4 to get some counterplay or something, but I don't know. It's really hard to maybe 95 was just bad, yeah, or maybe there's some really good explanation for why Black is not going to nicely play against the dark weak pawns here. Okay, well, we'll just see what happens in the next game because they do
we'll see
every opening.
We'll see if Chris repeats that and has some improvement. But given the time usage as well in that opening, I would say like run away from that. In a blitz match, you're not going to somehow fix 95 and figure out something better than what Sadhwani knows. I think without a break, there's no way that it's practical to go back to that.
Yeah, like if your opponent played the pawn sacrifice in Najdorf, the poison pawn, and you know that he had that 1,000 times on the board, and you are considering playing it for the first time against that, then I would say don't even bother. Just leave it. Just leave it. But the same.
So Sadhwani continues the love affair with the bishop on b2. We still don't get to see 1e4 from him. It's no secret that I'm rooting for 1e4. Am I rooting for one of the players or the other? No, I'm rooting for them equally. I'm actually a fan of both of these two players. So I don't try to pretend to be impartial. I don't try to pretend to be, you know, like an objective reporter or something like that. I've got lots of players that I'm fans of. Here, there's two of them playing against each other, so I'm just an equal fan at this particular moment.
Yeah, I agree. Like, do you like Hikaru better or Mamajarov? I'd say I really like them. Both really great
Both.
players. And these, yeah, I agree. Well, I would say if they were Dutch, I would be rooting for the Dutch. I'm not like you. I would be like, if I were you, I would definitely be rooting for Christopher Yu because he's an American. You're from America, so I would be rooting for him.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, of course, we're all a fan of chess. We want to see good, great chess, and yeah, they both are showing great chess. So I'm a fan of both.
But now you're inspiring me to ask you some awkward questions. So, is there any Dutch player that you wouldn't root for in a
Would
match
not
against an
root
American player?
Would not root for.
Yeah. Would ever not root for a Dutch player in like a match against a non-Dutch player?
Always root for Dutch. I
Always. The patriotism is absolute.
Well, you would have put me in a really awkward spot if I started saying, "No, I don't like that guy."
I'd be like,
that
well, there's
guy."
this one. I know. I knew it was really awkward, but the way you said it, I just had to ask the question. I'm like, you know, somebody's gonna know that Roland hates them. They're gonna say,
Don't
wow.
you know that every chess player is really cool, David? Every chess player is just cool.
What's that?
Every chess player is cool.
Is cool. Oh, okay. So you're not gonna make any enemies today.
No enemies whatsoever. I love every chess player. Yeah.
All right. Well, how about this position? Are we rooting for white or black right now, evaluation wise? There was an enterprising exchange sack from Sadhwani, and a lot of his hopes are on the d6 pawn, some on the knight on f5. And Chris is trying to just take some stuff off the board here.
Well, this is a position where we have to calculate some stuff. So we do have to, I think we have to take on c3. Black would take well, you can take with both actually, with the queen.
Right.
And with the rook. I would say trading queens might be useful. But yeah, after trading queens, white will win the a6 pawn back. So white does have 2 pawns for the exchange. So.
Right.
It's kind of an unclear endgame, I would say. And rook takes c3 instead, or if you want to keep the queens on the board.
Right, to get a little tempo. Not that black's averse to a queen trade, but this gives us a tempo.
What happens after takes here? Doesn't white always basically get 2 pawns for the exchange? Does look like it, yeah?
If we trade on a6, it's exactly the same position.
It's exactly the same position. Yes,
Not a difference.
Now, then let's see if they got this on.
In the live position, white played queen d4 after rook c3.
Queen d4.
So looking at that second issue on g7.
d7 once again.
d7 a threat.
Maybe some shenanigans with g4 and g5. But yeah, okay, black is now trying to trade off queen. So black
challenges everything again.
Yeah.
White says, my queen would rather party on g7. Well, that's not a surprise.
That would be a party, definitely.
Not a surprise for Chris, but what's his defense?
That's really hard. Well, okay, you could play something like rook c1, king g2, and then queen c4, with the idea that you've got queen f1 if white doesn't trade. So
yeah.
let me put that on the board real quick. King g2.
You could even use your same idea with queen b5.
Exactly, yeah. So what is going on here? This looks actually kind of like
they're both getting mated here.
How exactly do you mate it? Well, you can play queen h1,
queen
king
h1, and then king f4, rook to c4.
Yeah.
Nice.
Let me put that on the board because it's
nice, fine, Roland. And then after king e5, play queen e4.
Queen e4. Oh, yes. Let's show that. That's cool. King e5. You had to say queen. Yeah, you had to say queen. Not the rook e4, no, queen e4.
I mean, these matches are for entertainment purposes, so let's throw a queen away.
All right.
All right.
Beautiful
in the
stuff.
game, the king has just walked up to h3. And he played queen b5. So exactly your idea, but not offering the option of a bailout with queen c4, where white could go for a queen trade. Instead, queen b5. The king heads to h3 for cover. Bishop could come to g2.
Yeah, very good. King h3, great prophylactic move. Yeah,
Someone's going to get mated this game. That's my call. Somebody's going to get mated.
Okay. I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure if that's going to happen. Well, yeah. I'll say a draw for fun's sake. I'll say a draw.
It's going to be a draw.
It's got to be a draw.
By perpetual check, or no mating material.
I think they're gonna get kings. Only kings.
Pure kings, dead kings. Yeah. So challenging the knight.
Yeah, challenging the knight. So queen g5 is not possible. g4 still threatening queen g5.
g4 looks risky. That looks risky.
Oh, that's
yeah.
If white
I like that trade of moves for black.
Yeah, it's it doesn't even weaken the king very much.
Exactly. He gets rid of back rank mate and he weakens white's king. Oh man.
Okay, the king
like
goes to f8. So okay, our argument for the back rank mate is not followed up. But yeah, how are you going to deal with this pressure now? Suddenly, the king is really exposed.
Really exposed. I mean, and the rook and queen are coming across now that the knight's out of the way. They've got access to g5 and h5.
Exactly. Yeah. If white wants to play g5, black's just going to say, "Well, thank you for that little snack."
Right.
Threatening queen f1 in the process as well.
It's a good threat. It's a good threat.
g4 was too much of a push. It was probably too much of a push. His king was pretty safe, but after g4,
he probably didn't want to play e4 because he still wanted to be able to play bishop g2 in case of queen f1, huh? That's why he used the g pawn.
Let's take a look. Yeah, why not e4? Well, exactly. There's queen f1, and now the bishop cannot protect.
Right. And then you're looking at like king h4, h6 and stuff. But okay, he went for g4, and I think he just decided king g2. He couldn't hold g4 at all, and now it's mostly the white king getting hunted.
Suddenly it's got the bishop c8 move is a good one. So
yeah,
now
that was a creative move. I could believe that black may have not counted on that.
Knight takes g4 looks brilliant though.
Still seems to be threatening mate.
Still opening up
93, queen f1.
Like, it's very instructive to see why 8 takes g4 is so much worse. Yeah. I mean, you're not opening lines against the king. If you want to attack, the best thing to do that is to open files for the rooks. If you somehow are able to do that. Like, for example, if this pawn would have gone and black suddenly has a rook on h8 and g8, okay, of course it doesn't make sense right now, but bear with me. Then, yeah, white is going to have such a big attack coming for him. And so 8 takes g4 actually blocks every attack right now. No rook attacking the king.
Yeah.
While after knight takes g4, the king is so extremely exposed suddenly.
Yeah. And that rook would just become a tactical liability, right? It's sort of like dangling on g5. Your queen has to try and defend it.
Oh, nice double attack there with knight takes e3. King
Yeah,
f3, rook g4. It is
hanging the knights, it seems.
I guess it works somehow, but how exactly?
The knight's covering the e7 knight's covering all the dangerous checks from the black queen.
Oh, apologies. So let's see. So this is where we were. Queen b4 was played. Oh, okay. Let's just move on to the game. They're moving really fast. So okay. Yes, this game suddenly really turned around.
Yeah, they're going really fast here, but white's won
all
black's pieces in succession and then queened. And now he can go high on the queen side. There's a nice little home waiting for him.
Wow. Okay, so of course they went down to seconds and suddenly they started moving really fast.
Wow.
But let's check real briefly how that exactly went. So they played so fast that we couldn't see what exactly was happening.
He went for that 93 check with his rook attacked, and then he didn't really have a follow-up. He just dropped the knight.
He didn't have a follow-up to this. He needed to somehow create threats on d1. Like, Well, what happens?
And somewhere around here, he played rook g6, and the knight just took his rook.
Queen e5. Okay, rook g6. Rook g6, he blundered the full exchange. He blundered the full exchange.
Yeah.
That's what happened. So you, also with a blunder. So Sadhwani is now ahead with 4 against 3
Yeah.
right now. All right, next game has already been.
And Chris Yu has been the first one to play e4 for us this match. I was really rooting for Raunak to play e4. So let's see, d4 against the Berlin. I'm basically out of theory on move 4.
He played this before, and it helped him in his previous in one of the previous matches this opening. So
Okay.
yeah, for some, I always played knight takes e4, but I guess they found out that d5 is the better way.
Okay.
So knight takes d4, bishop d7, and I have no knowledge of this. I don't know this opening. No,
Yeah.
I always played knight takes e4 on move, but okay, let's move on. Yeah. So we get into a position which is very symmetrical here, and a really nice trick. Oh, doesn't play it. Yeah, queen d7.
Is that black can castle here after white develops something like knight c3?
You would think that, yeah, but after queen takes, rook h8, white still has queen b4. Thoughts, but wait, queen c5, isn't that brilliant? Like the queen cannot defend the rook anymore. He could have played long castle. He could have played long castle, but he didn't.
And on bishop d2, you trade on e1 first, then trade the queen on b4, then play rook d1 mate.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry, exactly. Yeah. So let's go over that one as well. With what David was saying was after bishop d2, you take first here, bishop takes, queen takes, bishop takes, and rook d with a back rank mate. Yeah, so those tactics need to be calculated. Of course, these guys are so good. That they probably calculated everything, and queen d7 might actually have been the best move somehow.
Yeah.
Here
it's very simple that black can castle because of queen e7, rook e8.
Once again, the tactic was there. So after a short castle, what happened after queen takes e7, we once again with a back rank mate. Okay, so actually, doesn't this just look absolutely fine for black now? Queen f3 play, 6, bishop g5, rook fe8, rook e2. Do you think you can play this for a win maybe somehow? With white or with black?
I think at the moment it's dead equal. Could you eventually play it for a win if your opponent makes mistakes?
There is some pressure, yeah. The bishop, like you do have to play something like g5 maybe. There is rook
d4 is a good move. I really like queen d4 for getting rid of that pressure.
Getting rid of the pressure. Now the bishop is free to move wherever it wants to. Yeah.
And I think this is a no-no for Chris going to e4 waters. I think Raunak is incredibly strong here. We're finally going to see like one of his very, very strongest areas here with the double king pawn game. I guess this is Chris's reaction to that knight e5 disaster.
Maybe, maybe. Yeah, he just figured, okay, Sadhwani suddenly knows how to deal with my opening. I'm going to try something else. But they can always switch back, yeah? Like, okay, I'm going to try this for a second, and then I'm going to try the other opening at some point as well. Again. Yeah. All right, but yeah, who's better and why? I would say black now has got some pressure to take on c3, try to destroy the pawn structure.
Yeah.
Wait,
the white knight is just not as good as the black knight, and the move rook e2 has just discoordinated white's rooks and let black get to the e file first.
Yeah, black has a full pawn up. Black is a full pawn up suddenly.
Yeah.
Okay, so knight d1. Yeah, that's the pressure, yeah? Pressure can sometimes make the difference, and Christopher didn't know how to deal with the pressure of the knight.
Right.
Structure becoming destroyed.
I mean, the knight was just slightly bad against the c6 pawn, and when he didn't achieve anything with the bishop on h4 against f6, then he ends up with this slightly worse knight, tries to figure out what to do, loses control of the e file.
Knight d1, making a blunder. But yeah, I would have played something like rook d1,
Okay.
queen c5, maybe even knight e4 if you can. No, yeah, probably. No, you can't. Can you? Yeah, probably you can actually. Yeah, with the idea knight takes, rook
Mhm.
takes, and if he
And
takes the pawn,
queen
I would say
c2.
rook takes b4.
Takes b4.
Yeah, but
Nice.
still, yeah, I don't know what's going on. Maybe it works actually. So what happens if we take? Do we have a tactic here? Oh, we have queen d2. Okay, threatening.
Oh, what a
That's
move!
brilliant stuff. That's
Oh,
brilliant.
nice one, Roland. Oh, queen d2.
My goodness. But that's what they have to see, right? I mean, that's what pressure does to you. So
Yeah.
Sadhwani suddenly had the pressure
Yeah.
that Christopher made a mistake. So let's go to the current
To the
position.
live position.
Pawn,
And he still
nice.
has his extra pawn that he picked
And
on b2, and it's becoming quite a big pawn now.
it's the perfect pawn to have if you want to play. Like the pawn wants to promote on a dark square, which can be covered by the dark bishop.
Now, why would you play rook e4 instead of a3? I would have just pushed my pawn mindlessly.
It can still be pushed.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the rook wants to support it somehow, yeah? So I would have tried to put the rook on b1 so that I can push my pawn too. Maybe. What is wrong with a3? Yeah, it looks just normal, yeah? We'll have to see what he takes. I would never have done that.
Wow.
No, the a pawn looks so good.
Yeah.
And the pawn on c2 looked so weak. Like, if I can get my king to c4 at some point, that would have been fantastic. But okay, he says, okay, my c pawn, I'm just going to march with that one. But it's still covered, of course, by a dark square. But the point is that the king is much closer now to the c pawn than to the a pawn.
Right.
So there's much more drawing potential here for white.
I definitely don't understand this one. I mean, there was some reluctance on his part to put the pawn on a3, as if once he does that, it like blocks something or other. I don't know what it was, but if I had more time, I'm sure there was an idea to that.
There was an idea. I would have just mindlessly pushed that pawn. Just push him as far as I can, and then I'll think. Yeah. Okay, black still, of course, in the driver's seat. We have to see how his technique will be, his endgame technique. That's something we did not see, by the way. We only saw basically tactical, decisive games so far. So let's see how their endgame technique will be. The king will march to e6, I suppose. That's good. The king needs to join the fray.
Right.
Is that correct English? I don't know. Fray?
Yeah, that's
fray.
Perfect.
Needs to join the band.
The band. Exactly.
The band of the marching pawn. Okay. Okay. I'm having fun. I'm just having
He'll write a song, How to Save a Pawn, once he gets to the C file.
I got that one because the fray is a band.
Yep.
Yeah. And they said their song is How to Save a Life, and you're saying How to Save. Very nice. I like that one. All right, king f6 played. The king is marching here. The king is still this is a problem, yeah? How's the king ever going to get closer?
Yeah.
I would say black is still winning. I would say this endgame is winning. Like, you do have to be careful, of course, for counter ideas if white ever gets to a pass pawn, but black can even play rook h2 to defend against that. So
Right, because he's got this very nice second rank control. He can use it in different ways. I think the king's well placed now, and it's time to move the c pawn. And I see no obstacles all the way to c3 at least.
g5, will he play rook h2?
Will he take time out for rook h2? If he does now, his c pawn is still pretty easy to defend with bishop d4 at some point.
Ah, wait, there's still tactic. Wait, let me show that actually. So after rook h2, there's rook
oh, check.
and the king cannot go forward to f5 or d5 because then, let me show this. We've got rook takes e5, king takes e5, and
yeah. So what about rook check king to d6?
Rook check, king to d6. Yeah, let's take a look. King to d6. Can
Then-
white still take here?
Then rook e5, rook check, king g2, huh?
Yeah, because the rook is still protecting e1. It works for white. So that was a tactic I might have fallen for, by the way, especially if so few time on the clock. Okay, let's go back. I mean, they are down to seconds.
So live position.
h6.
You put the bishop on d4. White's got the passed pawn. Is there rook? Oh, the bishop's covering against rook g8, so that doesn't do anything totally decisive.
King h7, rook f7 is rook f8 is the idea.
Here, I would say the extra time is probably pretty important.
Okay, totally different question. David, how confident would you be if you got a rook and bishop ending versus a rook? How confident would you be that you would win that?
To win or draw?
To win that. Let's say black gets a dark bishop and a rook versus a rook.
Yeah.
Would you say you would be able to win that?
I don't know that endgame, so I would have no confidence really. If I had 30 seconds against 1 second, then I think I would have some pretty good chances because of that time pressure there, which yeah.
No, it's not an easy endgame now. It took me really some time to study it and to actually know how to win rook and bishop versus rook ending.
Would
But
you
yeah,
be pretty confident to win?
I would win it with no, not with my eyes closed, but I practiced it quite a lot, so I would be pretty confident to win.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's great.
I've never
That's
ever
great.
gotten it on the board, by the way. I've never ever gotten it on the board, even though I studied everything. Yeah. But hey, I wanted to really quickly check what happened exactly because it seemed like white was doing okay, but suddenly he got 2 pawns down, and I think the trick was around here. f6, bishop h4 played, king takes h6, and the idea is that after bishop takes f6, black has rook f2.
Right,
winning.
that was the key detail.
So yeah, because of that,
That was
I
how white
guess
got nothing out of the h pawn.
Yeah, white somehow lost that pawn. So g takes f6, bishop h4, probably bishop f4. No, that would be very bad because you have rook f2. Maybe white's just lost because he's losing 2 pawns.
So now suddenly Raunak has won 3 games in a row himself.
Yeah.
And has a 2-game lead.
And he's sticking once again to his b3 openings, but this time not the one b3 opening. You said you did not like that, but how do you like his Sukatort opening so far, where he combines it with e3 and c4 and d4?
I mean, he does better with that than with 1b3 for sure.
I would say.
I do think he would.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I interrupted you.
No, it's fine. I was going to say I think he would do even better with 1e4, but this opening is okay.
We're really, if we're not rooting for anybody, but we're rooting for more e4 from Sadhwani.
Yeah. And I'm rooting for d4 from you. So it's again unbiased. It's a player by player thing. So
yeah. But like if you were their coaches, you would say this exactly to them. Wu, you play d4, Sadhwani, you play e4.
Yeah, if I were coaching both of them in a match against each other, I would say, Chris, play d4, Raunak, play e4.
And just have a ball, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's working for Sadhwani though. I think this opening with white really, I think he's got almost always gets a very comfortable position. Although sometimes, of course, it's hard to really win positions like this. But black is really solid. I mean, I think white has the advantage here because white has the isolated pawn and it's nicely protected. And the square on d4 is just nicely controlled by white. No counterplay for black either. But it's so hard to win this,
Yeah. I mean, one notable thing we haven't had yet this match is a draw. Last game, we got our first, real end game. Got to see opening technique. I'm guessing you were satisfied with what Sadhwani showed as far as his pure endgame technique.
Yeah, that was absolutely fine.
Yeah. But we've yet to see a draw. This endgame here looks very pleasant for white.
We're rooting for a draw now.
Like, we've seen a lot, but we haven't seen a draw. Come on.
Guys, come on. We need a draw. Yeah.
First time in chess
Would
history
we ever say that? You know, like we
that
want-
commentators root for a draw. I don't think it's happened yet.
I've seen this endgame before. Like white definitely has. Well, actually, if the king gets here, it's not clear white has the advantage. But
Mhm.
otherwise, if the king did not come to b4, white definitely has an advantage because black has an isolated pawn. But it's
Yeah.
really always so hard to break through this. I think Vishwanathan Anand once played the Queen's Gambit declined opening, and he showed how to draw an endgame like this with total ease at some. And maybe Christopher really took a lesson from Anand.
Yeah.
Well,
I would say if white's pawn were on a3 instead of a4, then it would have been much easier to start claiming an advantage for white. And I wondered why he didn't play knight c2 to keep the king out. And I thought maybe it was bishop c8 to f5, but
this moment where you
time
played
has passed. Yeah.
b2 to prevent king b4. And you're saying bishop c8 and maybe
I was
bishop-
wondering if that might be the reason why he didn't do it, but
that could very well be it. Like king d2, bishop f5.
right.
And I guess, well, if you allowed the knight to be taken, then black suddenly gets
Right. Then black should be able to trade, play king b4, and be in good shape in general.
in general. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think
that
if
was-
anybody's better, it's black. Okay, let's move back to what the
Yeah.
game is. So what
So
happened?
live game,
Yeah, so king d3.
the kings
king
come
got
to c5 and b4, and black even went for knight e4.
What do you think? Was this exchange good with knight e4 and allowing basically a good knight versus, well, not so bad bishop still, but the knight has a perfect outpost in d4.
It definitely surprised me. It definitely surprised me. And again, if I can move that pawn back to a3, I would be rubbing my hands as white. With the pawn on a4, maybe black has enough to draw it, but I wouldn't have made this choice. I would not have felt comfortable as black.
I think we're going to
going for this.
I think we're finally going to see it.
Okay.
I mean, there's no way white can ever
Come on, draw. Come on, draw.
Who's come on draw? Come on.
Everybody in chat, they all just want to see a draw.
Is come on a name, by the way? I have no idea. Anyway, yeah. So yeah, we are. This has got to be a draw, right? They're maneuvering now. The knight is going to g2 and back.
Nobody's got 5 seconds on the clock.
Nobody's. Yeah, exactly. They're playing really fast as well. Like technically, the knight is a good knight, right? The bishop, all the pawns basically are on white squares, so this should be called a bad bishop. But it's actually not, because if the bishop comes to d5, it has a really nice target on b3. And so we see the first draw.
You got what you were hoping for, everybody. Ah, the refreshing draw.
Refreshing draw.
A moment of peace in the ocean of violence that is chess, with all its wins and losses.
A draw. Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
And more e4 from Christopher. Obviously, I'm not their coach.
Same opening. Yeah. Same opening. There is okay. Once again, d5 played. So I guess that's now simply mainline for you. But still, it looks a bit shaky to me.
And Chris happily repeating the opening, which wasn't at all good for him last game. I quickly, with no second thoughts, I can't imagine why white would want this position, Roland.
Is there a way that you can make use of this? Like, I'm thinking of a strange move like bishop d2, so that if black castles, you can take on e7 since e1.
Right.
Is there some sort of way that white can make problems?
Right. So I guess bishop d2. Yeah.
Okay, but black also has got stuff like knight d5 and then castle, right? E5.
What?
Okay, I got it. It's to prevent bishop b4, but I gotta check this. Why?
Rook a6 to e6.
You gotta be kidding me. Is that really the thing?
I'm not kidding you. That's what I would really play as my next move as black.
So let's say I play knight c3. Really, rook a6? Well, but then we created some problems. This does not look very good for black. Like if you play rook e6, I have a double attack with queen g5, attacking g7 and a5 for it. Stuff like this feels really fishy to me.
Well, I would just yeah, I don't know. Castle, and if you take on a5, take the bishop on d2 maybe.
Up. Oh man, that's of course the idea. Yeah. All right. Now we're going to see some exchanges. Rook e2. Oh, that's an important in between move. I think white's going to win a pawn.
Because queen b7, rook b8 would not have won a pawn.
Exactly, because then b2 would be on the
Rook e2 does seem to win a pawn. He should have played rook a6, right? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Nobody get too upset. I'm not pretending I'm better than the players. I'm just joking about rook a6.
It's such a I like the move if it's good.
If I like your move if it's not terrible.
Yeah. So we're talking about this moment after a5, knight c3, rook a6. Yeah, because it seems that after short castle, I think the exchanges were correct and white simply would have won a pawn. So maybe rook a6 indeed was better.
It did seem like black had no options. White had some options after castles kingside, queen e7, queen d2, but black didn't have any choices but to lose the pawn.
Yeah. I am wondering something about the opening though. Like after bishop d2, why can't you just play knight d4, knight d5? Because if you do this long castle, you have a7. If short castle, I guess you have rook takes.
Yeah.
Does that work? You can play this and then take on d5, but look a bit
it
awkward.
feels scary, but I think it may have held together.
Maybe we have actually let me go back a little bit. Like after short castle, you also have c4. That looks pretty devastating actually, because if knight b6, you take on the queen, takes, and suddenly you win.
I mean, it's going to be bishop f6, queen d5, trade, bishop b2, and
it's still unclear.
Two pieces versus rook and pawn, which is not like totally easy in the end game, but it's probably a good one for white.
Probably, yeah. Two pieces against a rook and a pawn. Usually that's better for white. For the player with the two pieces.
But not like in the realm of easy. So
yeah. Well, and it was an interesting move at knight d5. Yeah, so maybe short castle was simply better. At least, okay, let's go back to the live game. A lot of moves happened. Jesus, okay.
Every single move has already been played.
Okay.
And we've got a rook endgame.
You're updated. Is this a draw?
And we've got an opening analysis file that as coach we could send to either of these players to help them for their next Berlin game here.
Okay, but is this a draw or is this winning for white? Show us your endgame knowledge, David.
Me? Okay, I thought you were asking chat. I thought you were going to test chat. I would say it's a draw. White's king side pawns are almost useless, like all of them collectively useless. And then the black rook is very well placed on a4. So the only plan that you would have here for white, since you can't really advance the a pawn, the only plan you would have would be to bring your king to the a pawn.
As white,
As white, right? I mean, if white wants to win.
Sorry,
is it who's trying to win? I thought it was white's up a pawn.
White is up a pawn, yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
this is the extra pawn on e6.
Yeah, so the only plan to try and win would be to bring the king to b1.
Yeah, I would have played rook a1 and said, "How are you ever getting your king out of that little box there?"
Yeah,
Sadhwani allows.
But also here, I mean,
f5, king f4, probably that's the idea.
Black's going to have pretty fast, counterplay pass around the king side if the white king goes all the way to the b file. So
yeah,
I'm guessing he'll just sit on this position. We'll start a long series of perfect games ending in draws, and then finally, chat will change its mind and want a decisive result.
Yes.
Rookie 6 was funnier. Then neither king could move. Yeah.
Or there
Rookie
is an
6
English
is
word.
definitely a perfect position to agree to a draw in.
What do you like better, Zugzwang or intermezzo?
Zugzwang or intermezzo? I usually say Zugzwang, yeah.
Me too, actually. Unless I'm speaking with Dutch guys, then we say I don't even.
You don't even remember the Dutch word for it? There is no English word for it. I mean, in English, we only say Zugzwang.
What's the freaking Dutch?
You think you have a separate word for it?
Well, very often we say Zugzwang as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the Dutch word? Come on, I have to know this.
It's just going to be Zugzwang with a funny accent.
God. There has to be a word.
Well, how do you say a move in Dutch? What's just like a Zug?
Zet.
Zet?
Zet in Dutch. Yes.
Zet.
Like the singer with the very high voice.
Don't know that singer.
Okay.
Amazingly, this game is still going.
Yeah, they keep trying for some reason.
Thank goodness we've got another chance of a draw here. Come on, guys.
Go on. Let's go.
So Zetzwang. Somebody's guessing in chat. Zetzwang.
Zetzwang? Zetwang. Zetwang. Yeah, you're right. Zetwang. That's the Dutch word. Thank you, whoever said that in chat. You've given me the final clue I needed. Zetwang.
Zetzwang.
Zetwang.
There it is.
Nice. Yeah, so that should be the replacement of Zugzwang. It's just nicer. Zetwang.
That's fine.
Let's go Dutch, everybody.
I think if Dutch people can't remember it, it's got an argument going against it right there.
Because people say Zugzwang too much. That's simply it. You have such an opportunity to make a really nice word become topical.
Okay.
That's
well, how do you say Zwischenzug in Dutch?
Tussenzet.
Zwischenzet. Okay.
Yes.
Zwischenzet.
Yes. Well, you don't have to remember that for next time, Mark, David. All right. So once again,
By the way, the person who told you what Zugzwang was in Dutch is not Dutch, and they were just kidding and happened to be right.
Yeah. Well, I think he said Zetzwang.
Zetzwang, yeah.
So it's actually with a D. Zetzwang.
Zetzwang.
Yeah.
Zetzwang. And Tussenzet. That was a wonderful Tussenzet.
Hey, there you go. There you go.
All right. Meanwhile, the previous game, I assume, ended in a draw while I wasn't watching the board. And we've got Sadhwani's bishop on b2 again. Isolated d5 pawn. So this is a repetition of the previous opening. Last game, Chris, you had prioritized playing bishop a3 to trade that bishop and weaken the c3, b4, b2 squares. This time he's prioritized doubling rooks on the c file. Knight g4 was maybe threatened, so h3 gets played. And the position is probably mildly better for white again.
Yeah, I think we got the same situation as last time. White is mildly better, but one of the things that's really good at what black is doing is he exchanged some heavy pieces. The dream scenario in isolated pawns is that you have all the heavy pieces still on the board as white. And then you can just line them up on the d file and then play e4 and then you win the d5 pawn.
So you want to trade the minor pieces to reduce clutter, then aim heavy pieces at the pawn, and that might all be because when heavy pieces attack a pawn and heavy pieces defend it, it creates a pin and you can eventually play e4 to win the d5 pawn.
There you go. That's exactly the logic behind it. And with mine now, that's absolutely not what's happening here. No. So black has a really good chance to defending it. I would say.
So
But
then
of
with
course-
the minor piece maneuvers, you're looking at a very, very long end game where white has to eventually get their king to d4 if they want to win this game.
Something like that, yeah. But then a knight can check on f5. If you
Right.
ever get the king to d4, a knight can check on
A
f5.
lot of pieces can
Bishop
keep you at
can check
bay.
on c5 or something. It really depends, of course, which.
Really have to simplify it down to like the last piece and catch black sort of awkward. But I would say white's chances are a little bit better than last game because they can put their pawn on a3 instead of a4. So I think
Yeah. That's what
I
you
think
want.
I think even though you're saying it's defensible for black, as
Yeah.
far as I mean, in GM chess, you know, you guys don't always have a winning position, right? Sometimes you just have an edge and you try and, you know, push your opponent around a bit, right? So having that pawn on a2 increases white's chances to do that.
I agree, but yeah, still, it's like, do you know the quote of Jan Timman
No.
about endgames and what you need? It's like, I think
But
it
I
was-
know that you rooted for him.
Well, I have to play against him sometimes, so then I'm rooting for myself. But of course, yeah, he writes magnificent books as well. He's still active. He's part of the chess community still.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, okay, but talking about the rule is actually that you need 2 weaknesses to win. I think Jan Timman was the one that said that. You need 2 weaknesses to win.
No, you can't appropriate that to the Netherlands.
It's not
That's
correct.
Aaron Nimzovich.
Ah, dang it! Of course, it's Nikolic. That's true. I was testing you.
I know you're a GM, but you can't pull that nationalism on me here on a big international broadcast.
Do you know the quote of Luke van Wely?
Who said pawns are the soul of chess? Yeah, I've heard that one. I think it predates Luke van Wely.
Max Euwe's gun. Max Euwe's gun, not Eljakijn's gun. The Euwe's gun.
Yeah.
I did not do that on purpose, by the way. But yeah, it was Aaron Nimzovich. Now that you've said it, for some reason it was Jan Timman that came to mind. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's my patriotism. Is that correct?
Well, why did Sadhwani put his pawn on a4? Riddle us this, Grandmaster. Why did he play a4 willingly at this stage of the game?
Let's take a look. When exactly did it happen? Okay, if he plays king e2, then there's of course knight c3. So maybe he was simply preparing it. Okay, he was forced to. But yeah, he could have still put it on a3.
And then
He could have put it on a3.
was Chris going to play knight b1 just on a mission?
And then you have to play a4 anyways. But still, yeah, knight b1 looks a bit awkward. So
But then the knight sort of self-trapped itself just to do that.
a little bit, yeah. Well, it can still move out with knight d2 check, knight d2 check, and knight e4. But yeah, all right. He pushed a4. Let's get back to the real life game.
Right.
This is the end game that I was talking about. Anand showed how to defend this really easily.
Okay.
And yeah, so the knight is completely controlled. Bishop is on d7. Yeah, but you're right. The a pawn does not help. Now the
But are
king-
you saying that Anand showed that even if that pawn weren't a target on a4, black can still draw this position comfortably?
Yeah.
Wow.
I think Anand showed that. Yeah. I mean, there's no way for white to ever break through. I mean, you do optically have a really good knight, of course. This is the, how do you say, classic good knight versus bad bishop, I think, right?
Yeah.
But it is really easy to defend as well. How are you
So
ever
even if I move my pawn back to a3, you would just shrug and say, well, you know, somebody versus Anand 2003, whatever.
It's all the Jan Timman code. You need to weaken.
Yeah. As explained by Jan Timman.
Yeah, but it was not. And now I think it's even easier with the pawn. I mean, black has no weaknesses. Like if white takes on a5, white might be able to play king a3 and knight b3 to try and attack it. By the way, that might be that might be a plan. But okay, black might create some counterplay of d4.
You would have to have your king on a3 to put your knight on a5, right?
Exactly. Yeah, that's really awkward. Yeah.
So then black plays d4, pawn takes d4, king takes d4. You've got your passed a pawn. The black king mops up all 3 kingside pawns.
exactly.
And
Yeah.
the bishop stacks for the a pawn.
I need to put it on the board actually, so that the viewers know what we were exactly talking about. So we are talking about taking king b3, king e5, king a3, and
Right.
then knight b3 and knight takes a5. But all the white knight will be on a5, the king will be on a3, and black can start countering with d4 eventually. Or maybe even something else like.
It almost seems like a way to lose for white.
Exactly, yeah. Because the bishop, that's why bishops are so good in open endgames. Because they can cover so much because of it. But okay, yeah. So what exactly can white do to try and win? White's trying to
But
push.
okay,
his
back to
pawns.
reality. White has chosen to play b4, b5, locking things up and leaving light squared pawns on the queen side.
Is this winning now? I don't know. We still only have got one weakness, yeah. But I do would say that white made progress. Because
Okay, so
now
this
the knight
f5 for black on the king side you don't love.
yeah, I think that doesn't. Yeah, I think if I'm not mistaken, you're supposed to put the pawns on dark squares. If I'm recalling it correctly. But yeah, now suddenly you could
I'll
play
get my king back to d4, but I don't want to play f4 check.
Yeah, no, you want to put the knight there, yeah, and play.
Oh, you just showed me with arrows how to do it. Thank you.
just listen to me, David. Just listen.
I will.
F4 play though. F4
Yeah.
play.
The problem is in the position with the knight on f4 and the king on c3, where you threaten knight d3. Black has d4 check right there.
Ah, yes, yes, I spotted
Right?
that too.
And that's the only way you can set up to get knight d3 check and then have your king have access to d4.
Yeah. So f4 was played, but let's talk about the little thing that we were talking about. We try to improve white's position, and an idea could be knight f3. Let's say bishop knight f4, bishop f7. And my idea was to play king c3, knight d3, put the king to d4, and then try to have at least all your pieces on the right squares. But here black has d4. And suddenly you're actually losing, because if you take, you lose the knight. And if you go back, black has something like bishop e3, and you're actually going to lose, maybe even. Right. So yeah, it's like I said, even though white made progress with g5 and h4, it's still very hard to win this. Okay, what happened? Okay, yeah. So here the question is, how are you ever going to get the king away? But I was thinking Zugzwang, but black still has king e6.
You're still using the word Zugzwang. You're not taking your chance.
I'm speaking for an international audience, but you're right. I'll say Sadhwani.
All right, Zedbong. Going for a Zedbong. What is this? This is a breakthrough.
Okay, so the idea is d takes knight c4. You win the b pawn. That one's pretty clear, but f takes knight g4. It's such a risky decision though. But okay, if you win the h7 pawn, it's over. If you win the h7 pawn, it's over.
Yeah, I mean that's just
winning it, right? He's winning it. After
so
knight
white
takes h7, knight f6 is coming.
So black's going for e3 because white already has a queen, basically. He doesn't even take the bishop. He's just making the queen.
King d3 needs to be played.
I did say I wanted to see Sadhwani play e4 more. And that was quite a first e4 move by him.
Well, what? No way. What's happening? Now it's lost.
Wait.
It promotes. It promotes.
His king didn't follow the e-pawn.
That's why I said he needs to play king d3 first.
Well, yeah.
Wait, what?
Wait, and he's got a queen too. I can't follow the position.
This is so hard. Black needs to trade queens right now. Queen e4.
Queen e4. Queen e4 resigns.
Queen e4 wins the pawn ending. Come on.
Yeah. I mean, that's basics, queen e4.
Oh, he just gobbles up a pawn first. What a greedy boy.
What a greedy boy.
It's correct, though. It's not greedy. It's totally correct. I'm just... it's what I say in my stream sometimes. Like, oh, he wants to grab a pawn, and what a greedy boy. Greedy man or something. Yeah, but it's correct. He has it now. Black suddenly is winning, but wasn't it winning for white? He got the h7 pawn.
Yeah.
You
And
got
then
the
you're
h7 pawn.
wait, go back to e3 and then take on g5.
Yeah, so
This is
let's
crazy stuff. And how many seconds do they have here? I mean, this is a bullet preview, right?
gobbles every pawn off the board. Yeah. Bullet
Chris Hughes
preview.
only
Yeah.
got a couple seconds. He's a greedy boy.
They get 1 second per move extra, right?
Yeah.
5+1. Okay, so Sadhwani's trying to swindle himself out of
And
it. but
finally decides, okay, a queen trade is worth it.
he's much
I
better.
don't know who deserved to
We're
win that
saying-
game.
We're saying
I don't
like
know.
trade off the queens, but he's saying like, no, I'm gonna take first the pawns and then I'm going to. They're just better than us.
Wow.
Okay, so I guess we gotta go on a break right now.
That brings us to a 1-point lead for Grandmaster Raunak Sadhwani as we finish up the 5-1 section. What we are going to have next for you all, instead of an ad, is a best move video. So if you are subbed to the Chess.com channel, sit tight for a special video segment during the upcoming commercial break. And if you're watching on Twitch and are not subscribed, you better hurry up and do it before the video starts.
Do it now.
Funmaster Mike is here, and I'm pleased to present the best move of Raunak Sadhwani from the opening round in his Junior Speed Chess Championship match against Paulius Pultinavicius. It only took me 10 recordings to say that right. Now, Sadhwani's playing a little bit of Mikhail Tal chess here. He just played King G2 with the idea of Rook H1, and Black responded with G6 to try to get that knight out of there, but in Mikhail Tal style. Sadhwani just played Rook H1 anyway. Now here, Black is probably fearing Bishop to H6 getting rid of his key defender, so he played G5. And what do we do here? Well, we don't do anything. We just sit back and admire Grandmaster Sadhwani's play. He played the #1 suggestion, Queen H5. Very clever, forcing Black to take. Otherwise, Queen F7 is mate. It's kind of mysterious, but Black cannot guard the F7 square, nor can he block the H file in any meaningful way. So Black was forced to capture, but then after Bishop takes, the Lithuanian Grandmaster resigned because he is losing his key defender, the Bishop. For example, if Bishop takes, Pawn takes, and all the same things I've already said are true. Queen H8, followed by Rook to F3, or maybe even reverse move order. Sometimes you can even play Queen takes. The computer mysteriously announces mate in 10, but it's pretty clear to see that even with the extra piece, Black is not going to be able to survive this position. There you go, Grandmaster Sadhwani's best move from the opening round. Let's see what kind of attacks he's able to put together in the quarterfinals.
Welcome back, everybody. Before we get into the 3-minute section of this quarterfinal match of the Junior Speed Chess Championships, Roland Prusers is going to show us a little bit about this crazy final endgame from the 5-minute section, starting with this E4 breakthrough by Raunak. Was this brilliant? Was this a disaster? What was this?
Well, it was really good. Like I was saying the whole time, like this should be an easy draw for Black if he plays this well. But White kept pushing. He started to put the pawns. He made sure that those pawns were on the light squares. And suddenly, so White pushed and suddenly got a breakthrough with the good E4. Now, if you take with the D pawn, there's knight C4. You lose the B6 pawn, and it's winning for White. Yeah. But if you, oh my God, Odin. Yes, luckily, okay. I was hoping that it wouldn't go to the end of the game, but still at this position. Okay, yeah. But so F takes is the only move that Black can play. That's what Christopher did. Knight G4, weakness on H7, the second weakness that Nimzovich wanted. It got on the board. Yeah, no, I learned my lesson. Okay, King F5, Knight F6, King takes F4, Knight takes H7, and here's the critical position.
White's queening anyway, so neither player cares about the bishop on E8. All Black can do is hope that the E pawn goes through.
Yes, so let's so yeah, White took the H7 pawn instead of the E8 bishop because he needs the queen. And yeah, this pawn is hard to defend. So White played Knight F6, but then Black is right in time to queen because the knight cannot stop the pawn anymore. So instead, if we move back a little bit, White had a very important in-between move. Tussenzet, yes. King D3. No! Shite. Okay.
Thank goodness you said that.
They started. Okay, we're going very soon, everybody. King D3. But yeah, so King D3, very important. Black's only chance is to push with King F3.
Escorts the pawn.
Threatening H7. Only move for Black is E2.
Keep going.
King D2, very important. King F2. Now White has the defensive maneuver, which is Knight G4 check. If the king moves here, we can play H7. So King F1 only move, but now White is right in time with Knight E3 and Knight C2 to defend.
And cleans
H7
it up.
is unstoppable. Such a important. Okay, they have to see this, of course, in seconds.
So that could have been a 3-game lead for Raunak if he had followed the pawn down with the king, seeing that Knight G4 check. He was the one who pushed for that win with that crazy E4 breakthrough. Instead, he pays for it by eventually losing that queen endgame. And Chris Yu goes into the 3-minute section down only 1 game and with reasonable chances still in the match.
Yes, the closest match, I think, is it the closest match so far after the Blitz section?
Maybe. I didn't watch every single one of them, so I don't know.
We'll leave that. Oh, yeah, but what we did here is that this was maybe the record of most played Blitz moves, Blitz games in the Blitz section.
Right. Getting in 11 games was a lot. And now we get to see some more endgame technique. Raunak impressed last time. Let's see how he does here. He's got a rook and 2 pawns against knight and bishop.
Yeah. I recognize this position. It's from a well-known opening in the, I think, the Open Spanish, actually.
Mm-hmm.
So I can show you guys what happened real quick. So yeah, we started with a Spanish here, and then Knight F6, D4. Actually, it's not they transposed, I suppose. Yeah, they transposed to an Open Spanish
by playing Bishop A4 here.
Yeah, instead of Bishop takes C6.
Wow.
I guess who diverted?
Raunak did by playing A6.
Yes, A6 is the first new move. Yes.
He's been playing D5 previously here.
Yeah.
So he decided to change something. He did not like that game where he lost the pawn to Queen E3, Bishop D2.
Yeah, that must be it.
Even though, as you've pointed out, he could solve that whole opening by castling queenside before playing Queen D7. He doesn't even need to defend his bishop. He can just castle queenside.
Yeah, I think there should be a way to solve that opening. But Raunak is saying, I have none of that. I'm going to try something new.
And oh my goodness, if you
which happens like this. Rook takes e4, d takes e4, queen e8. This has been played 1,000 times, by the way. All I'm saying, what you're seeing here is a theoretical. But okay, yeah, and this way, let me just finish this. We get into an endgame like this.
Right.
Okay, but let's
and then
move
the
on to
bishop
the
is
action. We need to
trapped. The bishop is trapped on a4, so black eliminates the bishop pair. But if we look at the live position, I really like white's outposts.
Knight on c5 looks really good. Yeah, so the deal is the opening is regarded theoretically, I think, as better for white. White has the knights and the bishops are just very much more mobile than the rooks, especially here, of course. But more importantly, black cannot really make use of the extra pawns on the king side.
Right.
It's really
And
hard to stop.
g4 to open up more space.
That's very often the decisive move, actually. G4 is very often the decisive move in this these positions to disrupt the f5 e4 foundation.
Right. And now he doesn't even pick them. He says those pawns are available anytime. He takes the 6th rank with his rook.
Greedy boy. Yeah, he's going to take everything. First
Oh,
c6,
man.
then he gobbles up the other.
Right. But now there's knight e4, rook e8.
Yeah, it's not so easy to win this pawn back now.
Yeah.
Was he too greedy? Do you think he should have taken, because now if the rook files gets opened, black has a lot of ideas.
Yeah, I think he was one move too greedy. I don't think black was going to play rook c8. And if black did play rook c8, I don't think they were going to survive. So I think coming to the 6th rank was probably correct, but then not to take the pawns on the 6th rank, but just to play knight e4, king g3 kind of moves, or king g2.
Here he should have taken before it was too late. And then he has enough time to play king g2 to protect the f pawn.
The knight can go to g3, threaten f5, and black's not going to save the position by sitting there with a rook on c8.
Exactly, yeah. You're not going to play rook c8. The pawn is going to be lost anyway. But after rook takes rook f7, it's not easy to defend this pawn anymore. Knight takes e4, like you said. After rook e8, you cannot defend the pawn anymore. The knight cannot be defended. The knight has to move somewhere, and then you take the pawn.
Yeah.
So yeah,
everything kind of falls apart there for white, I would say. Suddenly your bishop on a5 is just not in the game in time.
Exactly. So, okay, king g2, rook e8, but more importantly, white cannot stop e3, I think. Well,
which is going to create some counterplay for black on the king side eventually.
Yeah, but white has got
bishop b6. That does stop it.
Yeah. All right, let's move on to the game. We're missing all the action. Let's start. Okay, takes another pawn. I do think he might be a bit greedy here. There are so many chances. And he gets e3 in? No, that's something you definitely cannot allow. Now suddenly black has so many checks in the position. At least the draw, look at the knight. The knight is...
he threatens checkmate.
That's a good point. Is he able to
Problematic.
stop?
His secondary threat would be to put a rook on the 6th rank at some point and try and win one of white's pieces, but he may not even need that with the back rank what it is. Now rook c2?
Rook takes c2, yeah. Gobble up a pawn, yeah.
And bishop f2.
I guess bishop f2. Well, rook f7 after bishop f2.
Yeah.
You lose a full piece.
Brutal.
Okay, now takes.
Trade everything, and once one rook's off the board, just collect the piece.
Oh, that endgame. Oh, why that's such a beautiful position. But yeah, if the rook files get opened, the rooks are going to be massive.
And he's out of time, and Raunak is gently nodding. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes.
I can tell what he was thinking. He was thinking, let's go. Let's
go. This went according to plan for him. Rook d4 to b4 to b2 is resignation time.
He actually lost on time. Okay, position was hopeless.
Anyway. Oh, lost on time. Okay.
Okay.
No different.
Yeah, he's sticking to his knight f3 c4. But okay, Christopher's diverting. He's going for g6 bishop g7.
Yeah.
King's Indian, it looks like. King's Indian, right?
Yeah.
We're gonna play d5 and go for a Grunfeld setup. He's thinking about it. c6. Yeah. Okay, that's very solid.
Grunfeld style.
Grunfeld style. Yeah. e4. Yeah, I was thinking if that works, but E4, I thought that was the main line against C6, but
Mm-hmm.
looks strange to play E4. Okay, but they know their theory, so knight E4,
Anyway.
castle. What's happening here?
I think Black's play looks acceptable to me.
Yeah, I think so too. The knight looks strong here. White needs to play
Instinctively,
D4
he didn't
somewhere.
waste much time, threw stuff in the middle. The main problem would be that the bishop on G7, well, yeah,
Not anymore.
is suffering the pawn on E5, and yeah, Chris doesn't suffer it long.
Yeah, it's a symmetrical position once again. Like when Christopher plays E4, they always get into a symmetrical position. So maybe this is good for Christopher because he likes symmetrical position. I'm just throwing a theory in there. Does Christopher like symmetrical positions? Is he good at that?
He wanted to play knight C4 here, but now he's got to check knight E5 and knight G5 and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So A6 instead. In the end,
F4. Who's better and why? Yeah, I like how he kept the pawn on F6 to
ooh,
stop the knight.
Black is better. They've got C4
The
for
knight.
the piece, rook on E8, figured out what to do with the bishop. Are they playing a grandmaster draw suddenly?
Looks like it. Well, Sadhwani can choose now. Yeah, he does. Okay. We finally got a quick draw.
Wow, that was some classical chess stuff right there.
Yeah, I thought that Black was better though, like you said. But yeah, it's hard to play with an open king. Black did have a more weaker king, more weaker. That's a good English. King than white. Hey, still with the D4 opening, and I like it. I like it because Sadhwani does not know exactly how to deal with this. And the end game was much better for. He's going for it. He's going once again for the end game, but it's better for white. The opening is good for white. So yeah, bishop takes H2, king F1, or king H1. Sorry, yeah. Rook takes E4. This end game has been played 1,000 times. It's so famous basically, but it's regarded as better for white. Really.
Yeah. Well, I loved the position that Chris had last game.
Yeah, like why play B5 as well? You weaken A6. Yeah. Oh my. Okay. That's a free pawn. All right. So yeah.
That's gonna make it easier. It's a free pawn. It splits up Black's structure.
Weak pawn suddenly. Yeah.
All right, Chris, you gotta have this kind of technique. Roland's not going to give you a good grade on your technique if you don't win this game with white right now.
Yep.
Rook to the 5th rank. That's what I'd do, Roland.
You wouldn't have taken a pawn?
Nope. I wouldn't play bishop c7, rook d2. I would just rook a5.
Yeah. You want to keep control. Yeah, for sure. Now 2 weaknesses, so Nimzovich is happy.
Yeah. I would have played g4 again, Roland. What do you think of that?
Yeah, it's always it's always tempting to do that. Yeah, I like it.
Knight d4?
Like
what is Ranak doing this game? What does his face say? His face says, no, 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 no.
Yeah, he's shaking his head. Yeah.
Kind of like, what are you doing to himself?
I like it. The poker faces are slowly, disappearing.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, but it's over. Yeah, all right. We saw there a little bit there. Well, actually, you can see that, of course, right now. The ratings are getting closer in the blitz. So once again, it's opening.
That's Chris's first win within the 3-minute section, right? So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he needed that. It's a 1-point match again, and we're getting a new opening here.
Yeah, King's Indian, but without d4.
Mm-hmm.
That's quite a hard opening to play against with Black. Usually you play, of course, these really big theoretical King's Indian lines, but now suddenly you have to play against a quiet line. D6. But I like what Black is doing. Black can push f5 really quick.
Yeah, me too. Quick knight from f6 to c5. He's preventing d4 from white. He's got access to either c5 or d4 as good squares for his knights, and f5 is free whenever he's ready.
Will you play that though? I mean, will you play f5? It does open up the bishop line some diagonal sometimes.
Yeah, it depends. I think he's right to organize his position a little bit more first. You know, he might want to play king h8. He might want to play bishop d7 just to have everybody connected. But at some point, f5 is the only thing to do.
He did it. I like it. F4 is coming with a way to open up the king side for white. To open up the white king side. You know how they call? I'm speaking way too fast. You know how they call the pawn like this in the Dutch opening? David?
No.
The lance, the Dutch lance, because the lance, you know, it's the weapon to start attacking your opponent. If this pawn gets to f4, this is called the Dutch lance.
So are Dutch people happy that f5 is named after them, or would they prefer a different opening?
I would rather have had the names of Indian or something names.
Yeah. You want everything that Aaron did for your country.
I'll take it. F5 is a really fun opening to play. I play it with a lot of.
Ooh, now he's getting ready to play f3. Careful, white.
And bishop takes h3 as well. Lots of threats. g4, okay. But f3, that looks like an attack. Does f3 work, by the way? There's a pin. You don't need to, though. What about simply trying to push h5? Would you, okay, silly question. Would you play rook h4 and h5? Answer quickly.
Well, you could play f3 here, right? If bishop h6, pawn takes g2, attacks the rook.
And you probably will win a piece. Yeah, if they keep on taking.
So white's going to have to play bishop f3, rook h3.
And it's played. Bishop takes f3, rook takes h3. Yeah, it's working.
Can't be bad for black in this position.
No, he wins a pawn. Yeah. Okay, I think Christopher is he related to Yasser Seirawan somehow, because he's a pawn grabber, all right?
Yeah, he really is. Here, rook a2 is the threat.
g5. Wait, that looks horrible.
I think they may have both missed rook a2 right there.
Okay, 2. Yeah. Oh wow, that's well spotted.
Wouldn't it have been the end?
Sorry. What about bishop h6? Oh, okay, so stuff is happening. We have to follow everything.
Wow.
You still like black? Yeah, I do. Like bishop takes e6, c takes d5, bishop takes d5. Looks really nice. This is good too. I like this too. Black has 2 pawns for the exchange now, and a good bishop pair. Strong pawn structure as well. And actually, after takes, you have bishop takes g4.
Yeah, there's bishop g4 is maybe going to be a third pawn. He thought for a while, what was wrong with rook bd1 and f3? I don't know yet. Oh, maybe just bishop h3 at the end. Yeah. So he was going to lose. He was going to lose back the exchange anyway. So 2 pawns up for nothing here. And just bring the king to the game. It's his turn.
King. And resignation.
Yeah. No point. And we have a tied match and a tough battle on his hands. Second seed in this tournament, Raunak Sadhwani, is finding out once again that Chris Yu is a tough opponent.
And they switched it up. Sadhwani played the Caracal, and Christopher is answering with the, how do you call that again? The Panov. Get away, fly. Get away.
Yeah.
Panov. You don't see that opening very often on top level nowadays.
Yeah.
I
spent a lot of time telling amateurs not to play h3 and a3 for no reason. This opening here is a very good one for white to play h3 in, because the d4 pawn can come under so much pressure if you let black play bishop g4. I mean, it can ruin your whole game. I mean, you could just not enjoy the game once black plays bishop g4.
I agree. I think Christopher once again has a very good opening. So, like the knight can come to c5. This bishop is much worse than this bishop. This bishop is much worse than this bishop. White once again is in the driver's seat out of the opening. So do you remember the statistics or what what was said about the odds of who's going to win before the match?
I'm not sure I remember the exact percentage, but I think that Raunak was projected to win the 5-minute section by 2 points. He won it by 1, and the 3-minute section by 1 point, which is currently tied. Overall, okay, I'm just looking it up. Smarter Chess overall prediction was 72%. We can throw it up for everybody to read for themselves as well right here. 72% chance for Raunak. I think at this point, we have to say it's a little bit closer to 50-50 than that.
Yeah, I was even going to say we can throw all of this out the window.
Throw it all out now. Now they're actually playing. So bishop on d6 looks great in the live position. Pawn on c5, pretty good.
B5,
the knight challenges. Bishop b5 is the plan, huh?
I don't like knight e5 though. I mean, you have really nice target to play bishop b5, but okay. Yeah, by the way, what happens if he takes?
But can he trade and get rid of the pawn?
This is now a pawn sacrifice.
What does you have in mind? The greedy boy is playing a sacrifice.
Yeah, but why? I mean, he's still very much fine, I would say. I mean, you got control over the extra d pawn. But
right.
Was it necessary to do that? And yeah, what's the follow-up? Because black doesn't have a lot of weak points that white can attack. Like you don't have a queen g4 move to try and mate or something. But wait, isn't that a pawn?
Queen b4 is pretty acceptable.
Or queen b4? Yeah.
Yeah.
I would, yeah, knight f5, queen f6, and you win the pawn.
Oh, cool. Well, that's a good pawn too, I guess.
Sadhwani's playing really fast, but it's kind of backfiring, yeah. He is very much time on the clock. He has that's not good English, but he has more time on the clock. But his position has suffered because of it.
Yeah, definitely unpleasant. So he's looking at the knight coming to d6 soon, so white just develops the last rook. Yeah, that's a nice move.
Well, rook c2, the bishop is covering b2, so that doesn't do too much. The knight can still come to c4, so I mean, I like white simply because of the pawn structure and the beautiful bishop on f6.
Right.
But it's really not over. It's not over. This requires some, yeah, and now we get into an endgame like this. Yeah.
I think of this as like a Magnus Carlsen specialty. Opposite colored bishop endings with rooks on the board. I mean, maybe every endgame is a Magnus Carlsen specialty, but I've seen some really nice rook and opposite colored bishop, which, you know, I always used to hear, oh, bishop, opposite colored bishop endings are draws, they're draws, they're draws. And then I just saw him win like so many of these.
Yeah, well, especially if you're a pawn up, of course.
Yeah.
And it's hard to win this, though. Like, I actually I played an opening, which is called the Yanish Gambit, where at some point you're forcing an endgame like this. And you say, okay, come at me. I'm just going to make this into a clean draw. And I actually came for such an opening. I came into such an endgame, and I easily draw the 2650 in an endgame like this. So it's really hard to make progress here. Although the pawn structure is, of course, a little more promising now for white.
Rook c5, rook c3 alert. As soon as he chose to put the bishop on c3, I said, you really got to keep your eyes on rook takes c3. Here,
exactly.
It's definitely, that's why round X stopped and started calculating, because white can play rook h5 check, rook d5, but still black plays rook c2. And that pawn is so strong that they can try to draw the rook and pawn ending, maybe.
Is that a draw? Yeah, so rook c2 is definitely going to happen. Oh, scratch that. Yeah, okay. I would have
chooses a different route. Also with drawing chances.
Yeah,
but also better for white. I mean,
how are you going to defend this guy?
Now I don't know. I didn't expect the rook to go to h4, I must say.
Yeah, I would have definitely captured the c2 pawn. Now, connected pass pawns are much more scary than just one pass pawn. But
Yeah.
still, it's not worth losing a second pawn. And that's what's happening here. So Sadhwani playing really fast, but once again backfiring, I think.
Right. Chris, you 13 seconds. Is it enough? The rook got back somehow. The plan is like a6, I think, from here.
Well, if a6, you can gobble up that pawn, but then black can gobble up this
No,
pawn.
I mean for white, a6, rook b7.
I would say king e4 and just take the pawn.
Whoa, he just gives it?
He just gives it, yeah. But okay, passive rook, really passive.
Right. Really passive, yeah.
That is very often that is worth a pawn.
Rook a4. Takes, so I'm not sure.
Oh, rook a4 would have been losing, I think.
Yeah, losing. Okay. We won't do it then.
Black is making a draw.
Yeah. Okay.
That's funny. You would say that as the quicker the time control, the less draws there will be, but it's the opposite. So the bullet section will be only draws.
That's right.
Yeah, well defended by Sadhwani. He went for activity over anything else.
Huh,
So
he seems unhappy about that. I would have been happy to get a draw from that end game for black.
Okay.
Maybe he wasn't disappointed. Maybe it's just like he's working hard. Maybe just a little effort.
Yeah, we got a London system now with a bishop on f4 and a really nice pawn structure.
Yeah.
But with c4 though, and with the idea to play a5 and disrupt black's pawn structure. But now black is trying to disrupt white's pawn structure.
Mm.
Yeah, I've seen this opening quite some times, but usually they don't allow a5 to happen.
Everybody's disrupted.
Well, put that on a t-shirt and sell it. But here we've got, yeah, okay.
Now it looks like a Nimzo with a bishop on g7. Oh, weird.
It's got a little more space, but black is solid. Yeah, black does not have any weaknesses.
Right.
Would you prefer white or black here?
I mean, I would guess that it's about equal. So, if I were black, I would be satisfied with the opening I got.
I would pick black. Yeah,
I would pick black as even being better.
Well, I'm not sure. I like black simply because we have love the pawn structure. The attacks, the old classic Nimzovich attacks.
Right.
And trying to collect the c4 pawn. But okay, it's really hard. Hey, I would not have taken
that. Okay. I remember an old Botfinnik game where he put his light squared bishop on d5 with those c3, c4 pawns and got a great game. Ronak had that in mind, but Chris stopped it immediately.
So is this pawn going to be decisive?
Oh, let the bishop get to d5.
Okay.
Come on, Chris, you're supposed to trade it on f3.
But this is okay, right, for black, because it's blocked by the knights.
Okay.
I mean, the pawn structure, the pawns are still disrupted. Kind of.
Everybody's still disrupted.
Yeah, except for this guy. This guy is gonna march. But okay, queen c5, e4. Who's better and why? I still like black. The knight looks beautiful. Blocking a nice pawn, defending c4. We got a passed pawn that could become good. I like black.
I can see it's all your time playing the Timon Indian with those doubled c pawns for white has really taught you to appreciate black's position.
e4 played. Is bishop h6 a move? I don't know. e5 needs to be defended as well. These two bishops are basically in a stalemate. And the knights are basically in a stalemate.
Right. King to h1. He's not going to play f4, is he?
Nah, he's going to play f3.
F3, bishop g1. Yeah.
No. Okay, we were wrong, David. We were wrong. F4 on the board.
What?
We were wrong. I mean, in King's Indians, you never play F4 because the bishop suddenly gets open. But here
Right.
you have got some activity. So it makes sense, actually. And don't you actually win back a pawn if you
Bishop d6, queen d6, queen c4,
get rook c5?
rook c5.
I mean, this combo is very dangerous.
Yeah.
Is it worth? I still prefer black, I think.
And I still have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, these pawns could become strong. There should be so many tactics coming up in the position at some point. I'm already thinking about rook takes f7. It doesn't work, but okay, I'm thinking about it. You know, that's a
That's
sign.
a bad sign for black if you're already
E6, queen
getting
e6.
there.
I would play automatically. Come on, pin that guy. Yeah. So something I'm saying in my stream very often is like, I'm in love with pins. I can't resist anytime I can pin something.
Right.
So queen e6 automatically plays.
Queen e6 automatic.
Okay, time is Sadhwani is definitely the fastest
Queen
player.
e6, maybe d7.
And okay, if I take on d7 back,
Then knight to d6.
well, that's tricky. That could work. Yeah, but he opts for rook d1, rook b7, trying to block the pawn. Queen a4, unpinning the knight, threatening d7.
Mm-hmm.
I suddenly like white.
Well, rook b4 is an important calculation.
d7.
d7, rook a4, d8.
So what? I can't take here, yeah? Because bishop takes d7, bishop e7. And you don't get a full queen of white. What is happening here? I don't know. Can you play
No clue.
queen takes a5? Oh, d7, but that just wins a pawn, yeah? Ah, okay, there's still tricks. Look at that.
It's messy.
How do you defend against that?
One option might be rook takes e4, covering the e8 square.
That would be a h5. Yeah, h5 looks good too.
Oh, that's nice too, yeah.
But rook a1. Nice.
My idea was really just playing for a draw, right? Just like pure defense. But Chris is entertaining dreams of winning this game with just a couple seconds left to do so. 4 seconds.
Yeah.
And there goes his extra pawn. So
Black still has winning chance. Yeah.
yeah.
Would you play e5 or queen d5? Yeah. It seems that we're going to get another draw.
Yeah, Chris doesn't have a lot to work with here on the board or on the clock. I mean, I suppose he could also lose with 1 second on the clock.
Yeah, that's a thing, of course. Yeah.
He's flagged already 1 or 2 games. Of course, it was because he was in a bad position by the time he flagged, but you know, the time trouble was a factor, I think.
Okay, now it should be more easy.
Now he should be able to get it all off, right?
Yeah, but Sadhwani is just playing. He knows he has more time, so
yeah,
it'll be hard to find all the tactics in position.
Yeah.
93. Yeah.
You being pushed to the limit of his clock here. Now White's calculating 95 and doesn't do it.
Yeah. G5, just play G4 and claim a draw.
This is what Black's needed all along, was to push those pawns and clarify it before he flags.
Like Sadhwani would say, push him, baby. Knight of 5, king of 6. Yeah, I would just take him. Just make a draw. Not happening. Still lost tactics. Oh, he is taking some risks, though. He is taking some risks, but Christopher is nicely blocking everything. King takes c7. G2.
I mean, he had to calculate that the g1 queen would stop knight g7.
Yes.
I guess.
Great defense by Christopher with seconds on the clock, right? That's good stuff.
Yeah. Wow. Wow.
Game aborted. All right. I guess we're going to the halftime break in that case.
Wait, is the 3-1 section done? No.
No, we still have got some time on the clock.
Oh, this 3-1 is split
there is
into
a
2
break.
halves?
This one is also, I think, in 2 halves here.
Okay.
Check that one.
Okay. Well then, we'll be back after a short break with the second half of the 3-1 portion.
Don't go anywhere.
Quests, bosses, puzzles, games, fun, and even chess. Does it get any better? Try out the most fun way to learn and play chess with the Chess Kid Adventure app today. And we are back with the quarterfinals, the first quarterfinal of the Junior Speed Chess Championship, sponsored by Chess Kid, as you just saw. And we have a crazy match for you guys today. It is currently tied at 8.5 points apiece. We are halfway through the 3+1 section. There's another 30 minutes of 3-minute blitz and then 30 minutes of bullet to conclude the match. The players look like they are ready for the next portion. And are you ready for it, Roland?
Of course I am. Yeah, so many exciting games, and it's a really close match. As you guys can see, it's now 8.5 for both players. So this match can still go either way. And yeah, we've seen some new opening choices. Yeah, and Christopher so far, in my opinion, has won almost every opening battle. But now suddenly Sadhwani switches it up with knight G e7, which is called the Cosio opening.
Yeah.
I have really good memories of this. Ask David Howell.
Okay.
I don't know. Yeah. So bishop c5. It's a funny system. It's not the best, but it's a good surprise weapon, I would say. Yeah. So okay, look, there are some tactics.
I'm surprised.
There you go. Yeah. Like if you're, he knows that Christopher is a greedy pawn grabber, you know, so they might be grabbing it, but then suddenly. There's a little tactic, double attack.
Yeah.
8 on g2. And
I don't think Chris is going to fall for knight f4. I don't even think our viewers would fall for knight f4.
No, he doesn't play it. Bishop e3, queen e7. Yeah, it's really solid for black. I mean, white's probably is a little bit better. It reminds me a little bit of Topolov-Kamsky match where Topolov made an opening like this very popular for briefly, where you got a similar position after, or was it Kamsky who played black? Well, never mind. Yeah, f5 is the counter. You cannot allow white to push with f6. With
I was
f5
going to say that f-pawn's making me really nervous, Roland. I wanted to play f5, but my king and queen are on the e file, so then I was like, am I crazy?
No, you have to. You have to. Otherwise, yeah, you could play a move like f6 instead of f5. Still, then that would mean that white has some more options.
Right. So you could
f5
let
is the way to go.
You could survive the white pawn on f5 and then put your knight on e5. But what you can't allow is f5, f6, breaking open all the dark squares on your own king side.
Exactly. You need to keep the king safe. So short castle, king h8. That's what you want. Okay, yeah, so queen takes, knight takes. I think black looks actually pretty much okay.
So he traded on e4 rather than castling. Was he afraid of queen c4 check to c6? Is this still a position you know?
No, this is something I was already out of book a long time ago.
Oh, okay.
I was talking more about the pawn structure and the kinds of, well, where you get opposite colored bishops, but white has an advantage on the king side with the pawn majority. So you don't want to allow f5 there.
I feel like they're still fighting over this blockade square on f5. White with knight g3, knight e7 from black.
Professional draw incoming. 8.5, 8.5. And they're, this is going to be such a tight match. By the way, David, did we ever have a tiebreak?
In one of these matches, yes.
One of these matches.
I don't know exactly when, but I do know that it's happened. There have been tied matches that had to go to tie breaks.
5 matches. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. I almost feel like black's a touch better.
Yeah, because maybe there are some weaknesses. Yeah.
Right. Black's got the compromised structure, but that f4 pawn being blockaded on a dark square, taking away some options for white's bishop and some options for white's pawn majority, and then white having 3 pawns on light squares that black can mess with. I want to play c5 for black to make sure that white doesn't trade stuff off with c5 themselves and then try to attack the queen side.
Yeah, but this is also not bad. I mean, now suddenly there's a pin. I love pins, you know that?
Oh, yeah.
E3, there is an a2 pawn, which is going to be a forever weakness now. Yeah, I wanted to highlight something, actually. So after h3, let's say, you want to make use of that pawn majority, right? With g4, f5 if possible. But that's never going to happen because black simply plays h5.
Yeah.
And if you play king f3, I actually might even play h4. But yeah, maybe this is still the way to go for white. Yeah, you want to play g4, and then you want to make sure that you can use that pawn majority. So maybe
Right.
this was the way to go, although
But even
black does have some.
even if we got in g4 here, in some cases, black would play hg, rook h8, and then come
Let's
down to
say
h3 and h2.
play something stupid. Takes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, g6. You do have an h file now to work with, maybe, but yeah. By the way, we need to call this out. Below the analysis board on the right side, everybody, we got an updated odds generator. So the computer is still running with us to see what the odds are as the match progresses. A really cool feature that they included here in the analysis part.
Meanwhile, Sadhwani has won a pawn with that rook a4 maneuver. And I don't know about his odds in the whole match, but his odds in this game look quite good to me.
G5?
He lets
I want to go for, I don't know, perpetual, but the king runs here. Okay,
Right.
Christopher, no, it was Sadhwani that had the knight takes h7 trauma, not Wu, not you.
But he's looking for some desperate counterplay here. I mean, 3 passed pawns are definitely going to queen despite opposite colored bishops. So white needs a counter shot. I thought that he was going to play rook h8 to h7 a long time ago. Now the black rook is getting to h4 first, and I think this is done.
It's over. So Sadhwani takes the lead. And finally an opening that works for him, yeah? The Cosio coming to the rescue.
Yeah.
Okay, and Christopher is still going for the c6 King's Indian. Yeah, well, c6 is it a Grunfeld then, or is the c6 King's Indian? I don't.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I mean, somebody in chat saying, "What? He's suddenly winning like it's a surprise." Black was mildly better from the very start of that endgame, I think. Even though they had the isolated pawn and the doubled pawns, like they had these possible targets on the queen side. And you saw black eventually attack those pawns.
Yeah, the thing is that this structure, it seems like white has the pawn majority on the king side, but it's really hard to make use of that. Well, black has if we have to call it something, it has the Dutch has the lance, yeah. Cosio apparently also has a lance with the a pawns. The a pawn is going to start making weaknesses on the queen side, and that's really hard to protect against. So black was faster with creating weaknesses here. White still needed to make some moves in order to create something, while black was already there on a4.
Yeah.
But okay, we're missing the match, so it's a quiet Grunfeld.
Quiet Grunfeld.
I don't know what it is. The c6 King's Indian, c6 Grunfeld.
I think when you play c6 d5, then that's the Grunfeld. If you play d6, it's the King's Indian. So I would call this sort of like the symmetrical Fianchetto Grunfeld.
Yeah. And they took on d5. Okay, white does have the bishop pair. So black has
maneuver to d6 looks good.
Knight 5 was not a crazy, but a big threat. Create some threats on d4. Right. So g4 played.
Is g4 desirable for white, or just he didn't see how to deal with knight f5 otherwise?
I think it was necessary, yeah. Otherwise, you allow knight f5 with some threats, but this also does not look really good.
The knight still found a way to attack that pawn.
Yeah.
It feels better for black to me. I mean, I'm a huge advocate of the bishop pair, but in certain locked positions, I mean, I look at white's bishop pair and there's nothing I like about it.
Wait, why? It gave away a free pawn.
Yeah. Maybe he's going to take that knight too.
I don't get what's going on. Okay, so rook e1. Then he takes the pawn.
Yeah. Yeah, black's still planning to get it.
Why did white play bishop f4 though? He's sacrificing the exchange, but I'm briefly going back to the moment where he decided to give
Where he decided to give up.
Why can't you play something like queen b2 for us? Like, doesn't this protect the knight? Like the pawn on d4? Like, if you take, it's 3 times protected.
Maybe black would take with both knights, and then when the rook is stuck there, play a move like queen b5 at the end.
Could be, but
Does
how are
knight
you ever
d3
going to
defend everything enough?
like knight d3? If rook takes c1, then knight takes c1.
Yeah,
But my
so that
question
didn't
is,
quite win for black.
how are you going to attack this rook again? I can play e3 to defend.
You've got e3 coming, so it's solid enough for white. Okay, that wasn't the reason why.
Yeah, queen b2 looked pretty good to me, but maybe it just makes a lot of sense to me. Like, but instead, white chose to give the exchange in the game, and we are now currently at this position where suddenly it's 2 exchanges. Yeah, 2 bishops against 2 rooks.
I mean, he gave the exchange for nothing, so it's not a surprise that things aren't going his way.
Nobody read so many Petrosian books. Sorry. All right, go ahead. What were you saying?
I was wondering if queen e2 would be good here.
Bishop f1. Yeah. So I guess white wants to push those pawns forward somehow.
Then I would play maybe queen f3 next. Just threatening like this really blunt queen g3, but like, you know.
Yeah. Queen f3, threatening take on g3 because the pawn has been.
Just because white's kind of running out of, space or place for their pieces.
Sadhwani is playing a bit slower than usual. He still has got more time on the clock, but
ahead.
Less than usual.
Yeah.
Before, it's not an easy position to win. I mean, you need a plan, yeah? You need to somehow stop these pawns, or you need to attack. Do you maybe want to play rook c8 and then rook c... Oh, okay, that makes sense. That's good. You need some threats.
Yeah, that can be felt. Knight must move, but where?
Somewhere over the rainbow. Yeah. And then you might start pushing yourself, maybe. Take, and you can also play a move like rook a3. Maybe there are some tactics. But I would probably have taken and played d4, but then I don't know. It looks a bit scary. Yeah, it's not so easy. This rook is a liability. Rook a3. There you go. Yeah. So the threat is, of course, takes on g3, a full piece, because the pawn is pinned. And if white protects it with king h2, for example, you as well take and take the knight.
Okay, I mean, it's like black should be winning. And I know people watching, some of you may see this like analysis bar on the side and it's all the way down in the corner, like white has completely lost the game. But I'm telling you, if I were playing this game, I would be completely freaked out. I would have no idea how to win for black.
There's so many things you need to watch out for. Like if you
this is one of the ideas I had. Bishop f2, rook d3, queen f2, and then rook e8.
That makes things a lot more easy. Yeah, that was a good. That simplifies things. That makes.
But I wasn't confident about this either. Maybe Chris Yu's planning to just play queen f4, b4 if bishop g2 and get rid of one of the pawns, and here rook e1.
This looks over. Yeah, rook e1 incoming, taking on. Okay, that's a good defense.
But see, I had zero confidence in this when I was just thinking about it.
Yeah, but it's scary, yeah. But doesn't it give you more confidence that you know, okay, I must be better. I've got 2 exchanges ahead. I'm 2 exchanges ahead.
I'm too used to blundering in blitz games to ever have that kind of confidence. I'm like, so my plan is to sack one of the exchanges, still not deal with those 2 connected pass pawns, and hope that somehow my aggressive idea actually checkmates their king. I have just no confidence for that. No.
Score is tied, everybody. It's now 9.5, 9.5. We still got 13 minutes to go in the blitz section. 3 + 1. And then after this, we will get, of course, the bullet section. 1 + 1. Yeah, and it's go either way.
And now we've got the 2 knights defense. The first time I ever saw Raunak Sadhwani play, it was a 2 knights defense. He played as black. I think he played it with c6, the more normal approach, c6.
Instead of bishop d7.
Yeah, and it was such a fantastic game. I became a fan of his. The very first game of his I ever saw. So I'm happy to see him playing it again. Let's see what he's got what he's got now. I mean, he's only gotten stronger. That game I saw of his, he was still an IM. So he must have been 12 years old since he became a grandmaster at 13. He's only gotten better.
Got this game now on the board. White's a pawn up. Yeah. I think White's simply a pawn up, isn't he?
Yeah.
Well, okay, it's hard to make use of that pawn, but still, pawn is a pawn.
Here comes a lance.
F5, yeah, there you go. F4, come on, automatically played. Well, you could, in this case, you got a good bishop, so you could also argue with F3.
Uh-huh.
Oh, there you go, okay. Yeah, F4 is very often the direct response, but F3, in some cases, is okay as well. Here, it's perfectly fine.
But one thing to learn for everybody watching is in that position, Black's threatening F4, and then when the bishop moves, F3.
Let's go. Let's see.
Roland says, do not let your opponent's pawn come to F3 in that kind of position. Whether it's a pawn sack or not, it's going to just ruin your king's structure in a way that no amount of pieces is going to repair, no amount of time is going to repair. It's just going to be trash.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard. In this case, Black already has a attack going off the knight d4.
Yeah, here knight d4 makes it like really easy. But if Black didn't have knight d4, if there were nothing concrete, don't let this kind of f3 move happen, even as a pawn sack. In general, there will be one or two exceptions, but almost never.
Right, but now we've got a quiet position. Or
okay, f3 and h3, holding the line on the king side.
Hold the line.
And
so, what's White's plan? How is White going to advance here? Like, you do want to make use of the pawn majority, but Black is saying, no, I'm going to attack. You need to defend first before you can do anything. So, I'm not sure if the extra pawn is worth that much at the moment.
Right.
I mean, you want to play something like you want to push the pawns forward. That's not really going to happen right now.
Uh-huh. Maybe rook d1 and try and look at an option to play d4. I mean, obviously you have to be prepared for what White for what to do if Black pushes e4 past you and tries to keep an advantage on the king side. But did he just play rook d1?
Yeah, he played it.
Okay, great.
I would play knight d4 maybe, just to block all of that. But on the other hand, the king is already... d4 is not really a threat. Yeah, just go for it. g4. No. Oh, this looks positionally so horrible. Now White has got a really good square on e4, but he does have an attack going and some tactics. And once again, Sadhwani is up on the clock. He has 1 minute more.
Yeah.
G3.
Dangerous pawn on g3.
Yeah, okay.
But White can even just sack it, right? Yeah.
Piece. No, it's not, because he wins f6. Okay, I got scared for it.
I approve. I approve, Chris. You.
That was good calculation. But still, there are still some tactics, yeah? Or, I mean, this pawn is a bit of thorn.
Yeah.
In White's 5.
Knight heading to a strong square. Queen e5 is pretty good too. If White could mop up the f-pawn, that would be kind of the end of the excitement. So Black's got to keep their eye on that pawn as well as on defending their king. This move stops queen c3 from being as good.
Get 97 maybe as a trick. You can play rook d8 maybe. This pawn is so annoying. Like, if this was the Dutch, I would say, Lance, I'm so proud of you.
I think we're going to get queen g4 check, and then White can support the knight with c4 and try to, take things apart with queen h4, rook f2 at some point. So Black's going to have to go to f8.
I want to get this
queen g3 to try and hold the pawns.
Yeah, we also need to mention that White is still a pawn up.
Right.
White is still a pawn up. Okay, yeah, I think that's a good decision. Threatening not mate, but close.
Yeah. If White traded queens and played rook d3, Black could have ignored it with rook e8 to e1, and it looked really scary. So keeping the queens on.
c3. This
is remaining really tense.
The knight was looking good on d5. Oh, rook e8, rook e1 is incoming. What is White going to do here?
I think the plan was knight
Knight
e4, and that's not
Mhm.
happening now.
Knight has such a nice home on d5, and now it's in this. Okay, queens exchanged.
You see black choosing to try to force the queen trade down a pawn. That's how much he's liking that f2 pawn. Does he have knight d4?
He still has 3 seconds on the clock. Knight d4. Ah, that's cool. If knight takes, then rook e8 is the idea. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, very nice. If it works, yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
Like,
he's done
tactics are
something else
nice.
entirely. His knight's
Yeah.
remaneuvering in weird ways.
Knights are. Oh, he's getting it. He's getting the knight there. That's the dream, but it doesn't work at the moment.
But he has defended that pawn basically forever now, right? I mean,
1 second on the clock as well. Rook takes d1.
White can never
I-
win it.
Work
Threatening
that-
rook
yeah,
d1.
mate. 1 second on the clock. The time did work out this time for Sadhwani.
Wow.
Fast pace is working out at the moment. So he's taking the lead once again. Has Hugh ever taken the lead, actually?
Isn't that fantastic how he plays that position?
Yeah. Like that-
You had the lead at one point after game 5. He was up 3-2. I think that was the last time.
He was one time up 3-2, yeah, in the pit section. All right. Knight g4.
Time left in the 3-minute portion is just over 6 minutes. So there's a small chance that this would be the last game of the 3-minute section. The way they've been playing, it's more likely we'll get a second game after it.
I think so too, yeah. Taking on e5. Yeah, once again, a weak pawn on e5. I think
Now we're getting...
showed us how to deal with that. And of course, black is still a pawn. Which pawn is weaker, this one or this one?
Now we're getting all kinds of variety. I don't like how black has no pieces out.
He's working on it.
Is black technically up a pawn again?
No, he's just not even technically. Is it pawn? 2 pawns. 1 pawn.
Okay, black got the pieces out.
Yeah, I like bishop f5. e4 restricts the bishop, so you want to provoke that if you can. But white plays nicely. Queen c1, not allowing that, keeping his bishop 5. Sadhwani playing really fast again, but you keeping up the pace. I think he might have given himself the assignment to play faster as well. It's only 30 seconds at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Time to improve that knight. Yeah, the thing is, this bishop looks good, but if you play e4, you're leaving such a big hole on e3. Yeah. Now, generally speaking, my plan for black here would be to play b5, b4. Yeah. But so far, he hasn't been able to go for that because of bishop takes c6. He hasn't wanted to just return the pawn. I think that's what's restraining black at the moment. I think you could simply do it because after, okay, let's throw it on the board. I'll play b5, bishop takes b4. My idea is that wherever the knight moves, I'll take on a2. But I'm actually seeing now white also has knight d5, which could ruin the whole plan. Now we have to sack the e7 pawn and the whole kingside structure. Exactly, just to get the a pawn. Just for that a2 pawn. I hope you enjoyed the a2 pawn because you traded everything you had for it. Oh, he played bishop b. He played. It's on the board. No, what? Yeah, it's on the board. They're going down this adventure. Time for the commercial now. And to hear what happens next in this position, will he or won't he sack the e pawn? Stay tuned through this commercial. All right. So what's his plan? I mean, if he plays king f8, queen c4, is there any turning back for black here? How can black save this? I mean, the knight looks a bit awkward on e7 for sure. c3. Says, you know what? I'll sack all my pawns at once. He can't take them. But knight takes and knight takes f5. That destroys his pawn structure. His kingside pawn structure. Yeah. But okay. It's not like there are rook files opened or anything. The king is still relatively safe, even though the pawns will be. Okay, let's. We're talking about this position. So king g7 or king f8, for example. Yeah. Takes. G takes, and your king is relatively safe. I mean, there's no holes that white can enter for. Right. Should be more or less okay. Yeah, his position looks terrible and there's no white piece there.
Exactly. No.
And
nothing to-
Sadhwani's having a long think about this situation with c3.
Yeah.
You like focus and relax. Like, yeah, it's normal to hang your, c3 pawn and e7 pawn all at the same time.
So many things are falling. Yeah. Would you capture? I would definitely capture, maybe. B takes.
I would
maybe
capture on c3 probably. Yeah.
probably just grab that.
Is this a
pawn.
difficult enough question to put Sadhwani behind on the clock? No. He
What?
moves just
No.
before his time gets as low as Chris.
King takes e2, bishop e4. Doesn't that look well? Actually, first knight d3, and then or bishop
Yeah.
takes.
Knight d3, queen d1. Maybe. But bishop e4, rook f2, right? So
Rook f2. Oh, you take. King takes knight d3. It's over.
oh yeah.
It's over. Rook f. Well, king e3, king takes e4, maybe. Okay, so rook f2. Queen takes, king takes, knight d3, king e3 takes e6, I guess.
Yeah.
It looks good.
Not immediately over, but winning in the medium run.
Looks good for black, yeah. So
Yeah.
okay, he takes there
All right.
first. Ah, that's something I did not
So
see.
knight e7
Take-
played.
Can take actually on e4. Then rook d2 might be an option, or you just take.
Right. So are we looking at like king f8, bishop takes e4, rook d2, or maybe knight takes e4 more sensible?
I was thinking about it. Rook d2 and not.
Knight e4 is more sensible. Otherwise, you're just out of stuff.
It's important that the knight is still hanging. Otherwise, you might play as a move like queen e1.
Right. So that knight looks like it's going to be lost. I mean, rook d2 is a pretty big threat.
Knight, therefore he takes a pawn with him.
Takes the pawn.
I go down, I'll take at least a pawn with me.
Plan must be f5 next move, very quick, threatening queen h6. If rook d2, then queen c8 from the other angle.
Yeah, the king might be safe on h6. But actually, no, wait. If you take first, king g7, queen c7. Okay, I'm going to.
I bet the right move for black was g5.
Might really be true. Like this is a nightmare situation. Might actually be lost somehow.
Oh gosh, what's happening in the game? White didn't play queen c8. White played f takes g6, queen c7.
It's on the board. Am I predicting everything or something? Wait, is white winning? White might be winning.
I don't know. It's too fast for me.
Queen f8. Yeah, if you take, it's gonna be what? How do you win this? Oh, queen e6, king h6, queen e6, rook f7. It's over.
Yeah,
It's winning.
yeah, that's mate.
Six
Queen
wins.
e6, rook f7. I got mated like this recently. Just recently, somebody did this to me.
Sadhwani is taking the lead. He's taking a 2-point lead, everyone.
Yeah, it was
But
a
that
horrible
was so-
experience. A horrible experience.
So, yeah.
I was thinking, how do they checkmate me? I only need one more move. And then queen e6. Oh,
man. Okay, but anyway, we are going once again on a scheduled break.
Okay, and
because, the blitz session is over. We're getting to bullet next, yeah.
Yeah, what we've got next is the best move of Chris Yu video. And that is for anybody who is subbed to the channel. Sit tight for the special video segment. And if you're watching on Twitch and you aren't subscribed, subscribe now. There's more videos like this in the future throughout the Junior Speed Chess Championships.
Queen e6. Queen e6. Oh, did you do the wrong one?
Oh. Who's this supposed to be? Chris? Oops.
It says right there.
Okay.
We are going to do an interview with Chris and with Sadhwani. So
Yeah.
Paulius and Christopher. Yeah? No, not Paulius. What's his first name?
Oh, Matt, check your message.
Check.
Work out well. You just simply take, and black has too much material for the queen, rook, and 2 minor pieces. However, remember, this is a blitz game, so no time to really think about that stuff. Going back to the game, after bishop takes queen, Nihal took back with the knight, and you can see why. Any knight move here, well, not any knight move, but most of the good knight moves are double checks and would force the king to the h-file. So knight takes visually doesn't just look prettier, it actually looks better. But MVL fights back. Rook to a8 check, king to d7, and now the only way to survive is to pin this knight. Turns out pinning with the rook is better. Am I going to show you why? No, I'm a little bit lazy. Queen to d3. Actually, I'm going to be able to explain why. Now, the reason that MVL had to give away this rook was to force the king to the d-file. Otherwise, there would be no pin of the knight. Okay, so that rook was a goner, but it was in good service, right? Had to force the king to d7. And MVL was pinning his hopes on c3. Now we're going to see why it was better to pin the knight with the rook. Because after c3, pinning the knight, or piling on the pinned piece, or as we say in Chess Kid land, putting PP on the PP. Hey, why are you laughing? Simply helping you remember. Then Nihal plays rook a3 with a counter pin of the pawn. Can't take my knight or you lose your queen. And now, if white doesn't do anything quickly, well, I think the king will just move off the d-file and the resumption of the double check plan with the knight would happen. Also, by the way, rook takes pawn is an idea worth mentioning, because after queen takes, at the very least, this double check wins the queen and probably leads to checkmate as well. So MVL plays g4, giving his king a little pathway, not a very fun pathway. And now king to e7 was played, but rook takes actually would have been a little more direct. King to e7, unpinning the knight. And after pawn takes, knight e2 double check, king h2, rook takes h5, bishop h3. It almost looks like the Frenchman built a shelter, but there goes the shelter. Rook takes h3, and Maxime had to resign because after king takes, knight check, and he's going to be down 2 pieces. Pretty impressive queen sacrifice there. And, well, there's a prize for beauty. I think Nihal might have won it. Let's see if Grandmaster Nihal Sarin can repeat any of those fantastic queen sacrifices in the Junior Speed Chess Championship sponsored by Chess.com.
And for a limited time, you can double up on fun and learning for less than half the price. Look at that, 88 slashed, 39 per year. When you subscribe in the new Chess Kid Adventure app, you'll also get full access to the Chess Kid Gold membership. Download the new Chess Kid Adventure app in the App Store now. All right, chesskid.com. The best, funnest, safest place for kids to learn chess. And we are back now with the Junior Speed Chess Championships first quarterfinal between Raunak Sadhwani and Christopher Yu. I am joined by Monkey Chess Grandmaster Roland Preussers here.
I'm not monkey chess anymore.
You're not Monkey Chess anymore. That was your Twitch channel.
Yeah, that was my Twitch channel. Yeah.
All right.
My Twitch channel now is GM Roland. That's what
GM Roland Procers.
GM Roland.
GM Roland. Simple.
Catchy. You like it?
I like it. I like it.
But it used to be monkey chess.
Used to be Monkey. Okay. My bad. We're on a a youth event, so I thought monkeys are fun. I would throw that in, but
That's true. Yeah. Is Chess Kid going to throw some monkey?
yeah, if you had an account on Chess Kid, which I don't know if you do, but you could get some kind of a monkey as your username. Mine is Playful Squirrel.
Squirrel. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah. If they're gonna be monkeys, then
Yeah.
maybe, yeah. But I'm not a kid anymore, so I'm not sure if it's for me.
Yeah, I mean, Chess Kid is a good feature for anybody who coaches kids as well. So like you can have your kids on there, you can check out what their games are, what their puzzles are. You can see what they've been spending their time on. It gives sort of parents and coaches like a report on what their kids are up to.
That sounds like every coach and every parent should get an account. Make use of that slash. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Anyway, in chat, folks, you can find an updated link to Roland's Twitch channel, GM_Roland, right there. And we are back in the action. It's bullet chess, so these games are going to go fast. F5 check is going to take a rook really fast off of Sadhwani, throws his head back in pain. And with that, Chris Yu draws within 1 point in the match.
1 point. Yes, it's what is it now? It's 11.5 versus 10.5 for Sadhwani.
Yeah.
And I like that bishop takes b1. Do you think that was like a pre-move bait? Like if white pre-moved, well, king e2, what the hell's going on?
Uh-oh. Raunak is
King
e2. My pre-match prep indicated that Raunak is a bullet specialist, like absolutely.
You can see the ratings. Yeah, he has 3,091 rating.
Yeah, that's extreme. Huge. And that's after he just lost the game. He might have been 3,100 before that first game.
That's huge. Actually, king e2 was not so weird because he was...
It's not so weird? Okay.
The king was checked by bishop b4.
Okay, and then it came back. Yeah.
The only move.
So that was the point of bishop b1. I would expect very few mouse slips from Raunak. I mean, that's my guess here.
I really make them all the time. All the time. Really, it's so frustrating to do that. When I'm streaming, I also try to explain things, but then when I draw an arrow or something, then sometimes I make a mouse slip and it's infuriating.
Yeah. Well, both Roland and I are kind of inexperienced bullet players.
Yeah.
So we won't be able to tell you exactly how many seconds a piece is worth, but we can tell you who's got a good position at the moment.
It's black, but look at the time for white. White is so much more time. He played everything within a second, more or less.
Yeah.
50 seconds to go. So mind you, everyone, it's 1 minute to start and then 1 second extra per move. But he's got 50 seconds left.
I know. And that's kind of what I'm expecting from Sadhwani at this point. Some skills like, never using any time, having his opponent flag, using pre-moves maybe at the right time. And I also think he's pretty good in these sort of semi-locked up maneuvering games. So
I guess the
everything
idea
going all right for him.
5 and queen g2, trying to collect the g6 but black still has rook g6 to prevent everything. Well, actually queen of 1 still takes 2 moves, of course, but
yeah, he decides to go towards the weaknesses on the other side of the board, grabs a5 for free. Now the black king wonders why it was headed that way, and
so
that's Sadhwani's first point. He has found his bearings in the bullet section.
And he likes the Cosio opening still with the Spanish with knight g e7. And he mixes it up. c3 played and black countered with d5. I love these openings. They are so so different than your usual Berlin endgames and such. There's some subtlety going on in these openings. Bishop
Right.
E2. As white has the better pawn structure, but a hard time maybe developing his pieces.
Yeah, normally if you've got a problem like that, you just have to challenge it right away, which Chris tries to do here.
But
Knight on e5 comes out so strong.
grabbing the bishop pair, short castle incoming, but if black plays bishop, no, not bishop d6, but bishop e7, yeah, short castle.
Yeah.
Both players have castles now.
I mean,
Awkward pawn structure still.
I'm not sure how white's going to get back the pawn on d3. That's going to be a big question. There's going to be some tactics around that.
Yeah, like queen g4, okay. Exchanging queens, but if white takes, black takes back, you have 95. Or you can take this guy. Yeah. What do you think? Predictions. Win for white, win for black, draw?
I'm going to say white is good this game.
All right. Yeah, the bishop pair is going to be exchanged. So pawn structure is huge for white. Yeah, I'm going to say white too. This looks really good for white. For Christopher.
Yeah, the position may be somewhat irrelevant in bullet. We'll find out. As white, I might grab the pawn on a7 if I were a greedy boy, which I am too, or have been accused sometimes of. Okay, watch out for bishop h2.
Yeah, the lance is parried. Oh, rook takes d3 now. Yeah, there was
rook
no
takes
bishop
d3 is
h2.
pretty easy for white. And Ronak shakes his head. Not sure what I was counting on there or why I did what I just did. Somebody tell me why I'm trading all the pieces when I'm down a pawn.
Well, rook endings are very, very technical. You do have to try and win.
He saved a lot of these.
Didn't somebody say that rook endings are always draw?
Yeah.
Not true totally, but very often they are.
Yeah.
So going for a rook ending is not a bad choice if you're behind.
Yeah.
d5. I like king d5.
Pretty good for white. He's going to try something like rook h2, and then if the f pawn moves, throw the a pawn. No, rook f1 instead.
I mean, the king is cut off on h5, but after rook c2, a3 is throwing all kinds of things in the mix. They're still playing very fast.
But white still comfortably in charge here.
Yeah, king on g5 will take the pawn now on h5. Or not. No. a5.
Oops. Oops.
That was a free pawn.
Switch gears. I meant I was going to win with my h pawn, not my a pawn. All right, king comes in.
Should be winning. Yeah, you're just going to put the rook on g7.
Yeah.
The king g8, h7. Now don't play h7 if black plays rook c4. Don't play h7.
Right.
Very good. Now h7.
Now he's got plenty of room to win this one.
It's check. It's with check. That was very important.
Yeah. And it takes the rook too, which was also important. And we are within 1 point again. Chris Yu refusing to bow to the number 2 seed.
And Sadhwani is sticking with the London.
Yeah.
So he threw away the Sukatort opening and he went for the London now. All right. Rook e8 played. Maybe a really sophisticated move. I don't think black has too many problems here. I don't think white.
I basically never play that c4 move. Taking the tension off of c5 and letting white play e4.
Yeah, c4 sometimes can be played. In certain positions in this opening, c4 is good. I mean, if you're going to get an attack going, you can of course stop white's attack on the king side. But the question is, can you do that?
F5. Yikes! I'm scared. I'm officially scared if I'm black.
How can you make use of it?
We talked about f6 being good. Here, the idea would be rook takes c2 in response. So white's going to trade. And then what? Just sack the bishop on h7, maybe?
That might happen. That might actually happen. Well,
Here on
actually,
rook.
I think the idea is rook f8 and then queen g4 with threat.
Yeah. And
Rook
everything
f8
would be so loose when the queen gets into the middle. That's a nice spot, that g4 square.
Yeah, rook f8, queen g4. It looks devastating to me. But okay, this guy is also still hanging, yeah? Okay, but white's looking really good now. Now it should be winning for white. Too many threats. Pawn up.
Heading for a smothered mate. It doesn't even take time out for rook d1. Just races towards smothered mate.
How? What happened? Why?
Black dodges it.
Black, he's dodging it all
Starts
right.
to prepare his own threats.
The,
Did white never have time to take that bishop with the queen? Was that bishop not just hanging?
he should have. Well, there were mate. Well, wait, what? Can you win? No. Queen f3? Was that the move?
I don't know. Queen f3?
If takes rook g2, rook takes g2.
That's crazy.
I thought it was.
Oh my goodness.
Wait.
The rook is dropped to a check on f5.
Yeah. Okay. Looking at the time situation again.
Chris, you has 3 seconds here?
Yeah, and Sadhwani has...
That's a problem, and Sadhwani has the extra rook.
Rook f6, I like it. Yeah, and time. Well, he's really a good bullet player, isn't he?
Yeah.
Okay, once again a Cosio. Queen a4. I think the opening worked, but he needs to find an improvement. Yeah, so b takes c6 or knight takes. Okay, so black is the first one to deviate from the previous.
Huh.
d6. What about rook e1 and then d3? I don't know.
Yeah, on rook e1. Oh, he's having himself quite a bullet think there.
Lord Castle? You cannot take with the queen because the bishop is hanging, but he takes first and then he takes
right.
with h5. This looks like martial type of compensation.
Yeah.
And I'm very scared about the martial, and actually I think this is even worse.
Yeah, black's pieces are coming out way too fast.
They are already out, and these 3 pieces are not participating yet.
Bishop can just come back to f5 and keep the party going, but he goes for rook e8.
That's such a cute move.
Game here.
Well done. So he's taking a 3-point lead with how many minutes to go? 17 minutes to go. So yeah, Christopher needs to step it up.
Yeah.
And Sadhwani's mixing in some other openings as well.
d5.
Bishop d3, very solid. Mind you, Sadhwani might take a very solid approach now. At least that's what I would do to consolidate my lead.
Yeah.
But bishop g4, h6 takes. Yeah, okay. This pawn structure might look bad, but it can also become an asset at some point. Yeah, with f5.
Starts the move.
Bishop here looks so awkward.
Yeah.
Yeah, but okay, the queen cannot move because you take on f3. So this pawn structure really is not that bad. You see it very often in Caro-Kann, for example.
Oh, the knight maneuver to d5. That made sense.
I know I would be better here with white, but I would not know how to play this. Yeah, now you take here, which is maybe ideal. I mean, pawn structure destroyed.
Really good by Raunak. Allows his whole structure to be destroyed and then just simplifies. He knows he's got the aggressive queen and rook placement, right? With the rook on the e file, queen on b3. He comes into the center and his king will not be an issue this game. But the self-propelled pawns will be.
Well, once again, a rook ending.
Uh-oh.
We have seen this exact rook ending before in this match. No, not exactly. Yeah. There was an a-pawn instead of a d-pawn, but
right. It was
reverse colors, though. I don't know.
Yeah, that only makes it more drawish, I think, for the pawn to be so close.
King g7, important.
We know theory about this now. Rook to d1, trapping the king.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Okay, but f4, that was the one thing that you rook d3 there for.
Yeah, last game Black put their king on f5 instead of g7. The last time we saw this.
What do we do? I think he wants to play g4 if possible, but okay, how do you defend this? The king goes here. Maybe it goes here actually. Okay, Black is king
But
h7.
Black's reduced to king h7 to g7, etc.
At the moment, yes.
And there may be an option for White to play rook f8 in this position and transfer to the f and h pawns.
Now it's a theoretical draw, yeah? Like 2 pawns like this, 1 pawn on the rim. That's
Right.
actually a draw. White won on time? No? What? Resignation? Was it a resignation? A drawn endgame? Wait, what?
Yeah.
I'm going to check this. Yeah, resignation after h4.
Yeah.
It's a drawn endgame. This endgame is in every manual, well, advanced manual.
But I mean, you're confident you can win rook and bishop against rook.
Yeah, I don't know.
Which should also be a draw, right?
Yeah.
In the
Well,
manuals. So maybe he figured playing like 40 more moves with rook against rook and 2 pawns, and eventually flagging or something wasn't going to be worth it for the match situation, actually.
Exactly. Like if he continues this game for like 1 or 2 more minutes, you have less of an opportunity to win another game. So.
Yeah.
Right. So we got a new game and stuff happened. All right. Isn't Black simply going to win the rook? Well, you can play knight c3, but that would be a free piece.
Yeah. What is?
Black won. This is going sideways so fast. We suddenly have a 5-game lead for Sadhwani.
He looks completely calm, but if it weren't Chris Yu, you would wonder if there was some tilt involved in that. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay,
King
repeating
E2,
it,
King
repeating
E2.
one of their bullet openings. Oh, people in chat are saying that Chris is tilted. I don't know if Chris ever tilts, but he certainly hit a rough patch right there. The lead just ballooned from 2 games to 5.
He looks stable though. Like he's a little head nod there. Maybe he's still fighting.
Yeah, he looks totally fine to me, but that was definitely a rough patch. As far as, points scored by the opponent in a very small amount of time.
Yeah. I want to see what actual bullet score is going to be, because that was, I think, the bullet is the decisive factor in this match so far.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, this game looks pretty much even to me.
Yeah.
Oh, but now Black has won a pawn. Okay, but White's going
White
to
must be assuming they're getting it back, but they may not have. Well, who knows how
very
calculated it is. Bullet. Black
off.
is temporarily holding on to an extra pawn with great passivity.
Okay, David, look at this. They are in an endgame, yeah? In move 28. Look how many seconds they fought. They still have 40 seconds left. It's like...
Yeah. They're fast. I mean, and the whole thing looked like a real game this time. I mean, if you looked at the moves without the speed, if you just somebody showed you the PGN, you'd be like, oh yeah, some masters played a game.
It's okay. I might use this for my opening preparation. Why not? But yeah. Okay, White wins back the pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not exactly. There is knight a6. So the bishop needs to go here, and actually Black can play knight e4, trying to disrupt maybe. But maybe yes, this is better. King before knight e3. Let's go.
Knight d3. Oh my goodness.
Black is winning.
Chris Yu doesn't tilt.
Here we got another.
We don't know why he resigned those games so quickly, but he is still doing the best he can in this match.
At g2, he's a pawn grabber. The pawn grabber at work. G takes f4. Oh yeah, of course it had to be.
Rather have like 4 sick pawns than 1 healthy one.
Well, now it's getting more. I mean, it's probably winning, but yeah, the king just is going to gobble up these pawns, and this guy is going to get taken off by the knight. Might not be winning anymore. But okay. So Sadhwani is down in time. Christopher is playing really fast and he's having a winning position.
Okay, h5, that makes sense.
King f6. Okay.
Maybe f2 at some point here should be played to make it harder for the knight to sacrifice itself.
The knight is able to jump around.
Yeah.
Yeah, knight e3 now. King g1, knight c2.
Oh, yes.
Knight g2. Perfect. That's even better. Yeah. And it's over.
Bravo! One for the endgame textbooks in a bullet game, no less. And Sadhwani looking to burn a few seconds off the match clock here.
Yeah, of course. Sound strategy. Okay. We still have 9 minutes left, everyone.
Yeah.
So after those 9
holds
minutes,
the slide.
match is decided. After 9 minutes, the match is decided. So Christopher just needs to win 4 more points to force a tie break.
Yeah, it's technically possible, but as you can see in the odds prediction, the live odds have now gone to 87% for Raunek. You may or may not trust those things, but as a commentator, I'm also going to say, you know, the prospect of winning 4 games in a row with only enough time to play 4 more games has got to be, honestly, I would say less than 10%.
I would say too. I would say
very, very slim.
Yeah. He needs to play really fast, first of all. And that's what they're doing. We'll get a better version of what he had previously.
Yeah,
like,
but it's still that like Marshall Gambit kind of position that you don't want to have in bullet, right? I mean,
yeah, but it's not that bad anymore. Like, and in this case, it's 2 pawns actually instead of 1.
Okay.
Somehow he got 2 pawns. Queen e3, I don't like though. 94. Okay, what about f5?
I think he's looking at the move Queen g5. Yeah.
Perfect. That's good calculation in a bullet game.
Yeah, I mean, maybe these guys can do it. This is why I would never like want to play a position like this in bullet, because I would never, you know, find those moves in 1 second each.
5, yeah. Rook e8, rook e5, rook b8, b3.
Right, on a4 he can play b4 and keep more pawns on the board.
What should be winning, but also what he needs to do is just burn time on the clock.
I like that bishop c5 move, actually, despite all the drawn rook endgames we've had so far. I like that.
Yeah, because now it's even 2 pawns. It's not 1. It's still 2 pawns.
Oh, and just 2 connecteds. And Chris Yu is going to score the 2nd point in a row that he needs to.
He did a comeback of 3 points, yeah? He was 2-0 down, but then he got back to 3-2. Oh, that was a clever. Let's see.
These two pawns can't be stopped. White doesn't need the king to win this endgame. There are very few endgames like that where you don't even need your king.
Oh, c6, nice finisher, nice finisher. Of course, Sadhwani is going to play until the end, until the very end, to burn time on the clock. Okay, let's go. Quick. Push the right pawns. f6. Tempo, don't play king f6, very good. Okay. Yeah, but he's even going to burn this mate in 2.
All right.
Oh, he's going to burn, he's going to let the clock run.
For 45 seconds now, spend 15 seconds on the game, and 45 seconds burning the match clock.
Burning the match clock. Yeah, so once again, everybody, after 6 minutes, the match is decided. And no game to be played. And right now, Sadhwani's in the lead. 3 points extra. This game counted 2.
Yeah.
So that means that Christopher has how many minutes? About 6 minutes. A little less than 6 minutes for 3 games to come back in this match. That's going to be nearly impossible, I would say.
It's barely possible. He'll have to be winning the games using only about, 15 seconds per game himself, right? If Sadhwani's going to burn the entire time. He didn't pre-move to checkmate? No. Okay, there it is.
He didn't pre-move, no. e4. Okay, once again, London.
Mm-hmm.
Above all, fast play. Chris needs to play really fast. Above all else. Yeah, if I were white, I might just go for just trade everything.
Mm-hmm.
Just go for an endgame. Know that it's going to be a long one.
Just make the games as long as possible there.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that could be a chance for Chris to try and get 3,000. If his opponent's willing to like lose, but lose slowly, then maybe that's Chris's chance. Yeah.
Well, it's a very solid position for both. Black having the better pawn structure, but white having the bishop pair.
Yeah.
Hard to say which one I would.
At the moment, I like Black's position. I think sometimes when you think too much about like the match score and the time and this and that, it makes it harder to just play good moves. I don't know.
Well, I think I don't know. This is looking really good for Christopher.
Yeah, pawn's coming all the way to b3. Now, it may still be good match strategy. This may still win the match for Raunak. I mean, we're down to 4 minutes. I mean, it's basically done now, right?
4 minutes? Yeah. So every game is an average of like 2 minutes or something.
Yeah.
So I think it's...
I mean, I suppose Chris needs to win this game and one more and just start the last game before time is out.
That's true too. Yeah, there could still be 3 games off.
Yeah.
There could still be 2 more games off.
So he's got 3 minutes and 30 seconds to win this game plus the next one. I mean, if he's winning it, let's keep our eyes on the board. Is this still winning?
A pawn is looking very, very good. And king c1, king b2. I'd say it's not winning anymore. I'd say it's not winning anymore.
On king b6, rook b4 saves the a pawn. And
wait, what about rook a? I would have tried rook a6 and mate. I would have tried rook a6 and tried to mate. But okay, rook b4.
But Sadhwani had a defensive scheme in mind, right? Chase the king back, attack the c pawn. Chase the king back, attack the c pawn.
Yes, it looks like this is gonna be the death blow.
Now he can just take this. Well, he doesn't even play rook b3.
Yeah, would you play on here? I would probably.
As white? Probably. I mean, can I lose as white here?
Yeah, I mean, these pawns are... Yeah, okay, now he's gonna...
Oh, he's burning the most time. You know, when the black king is on the b file, he could lift his second a rook and play for like just a checkmate. Rook a5.
Yeah. Rook b5, rook a4. Yeah.
So his strategy is he's actually trying to burn as much time on the game. He's neither trying to win it nor draw it. It's interesting. Yes. He went into that deep think, and I was like, is he choosing whether to take the draw or like looking for a way to press for a win now that he's got rook takes c4?
It's a part of the game now. Yeah. So 2 minutes left.
Does he have rook d1 here? He doesn't even
he's maybe. Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, this is gonna go on for some time. The pawn ending is not winning. I think. Yeah, it should not be winning.
Okay, so he threatens that mate, but obviously black can get out of it now.
I think it was winning. There was a tactic there. But okay, he missed the win. But it doesn't matter. He needs to just burn time on the clock. Rook takes e5. Okay. White might win this, honestly.
Yeah.
We're going to march.
Yeah.
4 seconds on the clock, both down below 5 seconds. And Christopher even trying to make a draw here, but backfired. Now he lost a full pawn.
Yeah.
This should be winning for white now, I think. You got almost the classic position with the king in front of the pawn.
Right.
Now it's a classical draw. Yeah, now it's a classic draw. Okay, but
yeah, he could play king f7 because after the rook trade, the black king gets over to the e file. But he can play another nice series of moves here, and that is going to win the match for Raunak. At this point, I mean, next game he could resign here and then let his clock run out on the next game as well. So
yeah. We have a winner, everybody. It seems like we have a winner, not officially yet, but there's no way practically that Christopher can get back.
I imagine he mostly plays 1 minute blitz, but he definitely understands, 1 minute bullet with 0 second increment, but he definitely understands how to use the 1 second increment within the framework of the Speed Chess Championship matches. And we may not even get one more game at this rate. I mean,
Well, it seems
50
like it, yeah.
on the clock. We're headed towards the 50 move rule, basically, eventually.
Would you even play rook f5 to?
Some
like
may
if
call
you play
this. Some may call this part of the match boring. I don't know if I'm contractually allowed to say that, but I personally don't like moving rooks around in circles with no pieces on the board.
Yeah, it's in the rules. He can do this, of course. Yeah.
It is in the rules. He can do it, and that is the end of the game and the match. Raunak Sadhwani takes the match by a score of 17-14 by 3 points total. A very closely fought match, I think. And if you stick around, we will get to hear from the players themselves after this ad break. And if you have subscribed to Chess.com, you may be able to now see the Chris Hughes best move segment. If you are not subscribed to Chess.com on Twitch, you may wish to subscribe, because in the future matches, there will be other videos, special videos like this, which can only be seen by the subscribers. In any case, fantastic match, and I hope you will join us for the interview in just a couple minutes.
Fun Master Mike is here to show you the best move of International Master Christopher Yu in his opening round upset over Grandmaster Hans Niemann. We got the Americans going at it, and in this very technical endgame, the material's equal, but Christopher has just tricked Hans into capturing on b2 with the knight. The purpose of this was to play rook b8. Now, you may not think that this is that special of a move, but actually, Black is, I think, in a forced win because he's going to end up Zugzwaning White. Okay, let's take a look at White's options here. Of course, White can't ever move the rook because rook takes knight also happens to guard this knight. Okay, you can't really move your king that easily, because if you move your king ever to the second rank, then what's going to happen is knight c3, and when the rook moves over to counterattack Black's knight, rook takes knight is going to be checked because you moved your king to the second rank. So essentially, White just has a bunch of pawn moves, and Black has to wait out the pawn moves. So after d5, the king runs over to stop the pawn. d6, d7, don't take the pawn, Christopher. Of course he didn't, because after king takes, rook over is check, and White saves the knight. Is it still winning for Black? Yeah, maybe, but it gets very technical. So instead, we just hide the king behind the pawn on d8. And now that pawn's run out of options. Obviously, the knight can't move. If the rook moves, well, rook takes knight. If the king moves, we've already talked about that. Only one move left is to move the pawn. Christopher stymies that pawn, and Black is officially in Zugzwang. A very pretty idea here by Black. Again, what to do, right? Rook can't move, knight can't move, pawns can't move safely. So finally, pawns moved the king, but now knight c3. And when the rook moves over, rook takes knight is check. And then, of course, Christopher goes on to save his knight, win the game, and win the match. I believe it was the only opening round upset. There you have it. Christopher Yu's best move is actually a Zugzwang in the opening round of the Chess.com Junior Speed Chess Championship match.
And welcome back, everybody. This first quarterfinal of the Junior Speed Chess Championships is in the books. We are very happy to be joined by Grandmaster Sadhwani and International Master Yu after their great battle. Thank you, both of you, for putting on the show for all of us today. And Roland, what questions do we have for the contestants?
Well, lots, of course. It was such an exciting match, guys. You both really put out your best there. And of course, congratulations, Raunak, for the win. But Chris, you played so well. And at some point, we were really surprised about your 3-2 comeback in the beginning. How did that happen? Did something switch in you? Like,
I think I got a little bit warmed up, maybe. Sometimes I'm more prone to blundering in the first few games.
all right.
And yeah, I think Raunak also made um some simple blunders in those 3 games, like missing rook takes c4 and stuff.
Right. Raunak, was that a blunder or a mouse slip? Because Roland and I had an argument about it.
Oh, no, blunder. I was
Blunder. All right.
My problem was that I have lost online touch and especially blitz. Like I haven't played a lot. I'm just playing OTP tournaments, so it took me a
Okay.
lot of time to go.
I see. So you're back to playing OTB tournaments. Tell us something about your schedule then. What event are you coming from? What event are you going to?
Like I'm in middle of PL. Like so, today is the rest day.
Great.
So I could play, and this is my 6th OTB tournament in a row. So I'm obviously very tired.
Yeah.
Wow.
And are you going to take a break after Beal?
Not really.
Not yet. Great.
Yeah. So, okay, then of course the match progressed. And first of all, how did you, after the Blitz section was over, we of course went to the 3+2 section. How did you guys feel when going in there? Did you feel comfortable because it was a really tight match? Chris, can you start? How did you feel after the first Blitz section?
Okay. I guess I felt pretty solid. It looked very close. I'm not sure I wouldn't say I felt good or bad about it. Just okay.
My impression was that you looked pretty much like focused throughout. I didn't see any sense of you being like, more confident, less confident as things happen. Do you tend to just stay focused, or behind it, are you sometimes going up and down with your emotions?
Yeah, I felt pretty focused. If I'm losing a lot of games or winning a lot of games in a row, then I might feel more emotions. But since the match was always kind of close,
yeah.
Yeah, how did you feel after the first Blitz section, Raunak?
I think openings were a bit of a problem because I didn't prepare anything today. I was just too tired, so I just wanted to rest. So I just came and played whatever I maybe knew, or I just didn't check anything today.
Okay.
So I think there I could have improved, but okay.
Yeah, and then we went, of course, to the second section with the 3+2, and yeah, it stayed very close. Yeah, and you both tried some new openings out. So, what was, for example, the reason to start playing with the Grunfeld structure, Chris?
I felt like he was getting comfortable in e6, so and the positions we were getting were pretty boring, and it was just not that fun to play with that isolated pawn and trading the pieces. So I guess I wanted to play g6 to get more dynamic games.
Okay, makes sense. And Raunak, did you feel like you had to make any adjustment during the match? Was there any moment where you sort of said, I need to play faster or slower or change an opening or anything like that?
Yeah, at one point I thought I will try to play a bit more slower, calculate things, but I just couldn't resist. I was just playing fast anyway.
Yeah, because you were also so very often so much time up on the clock. Yeah. And
Yeah, this is my usual style, so I just couldn't resist.
Uh-huh. Yeah, so you had in mind an adjustment you could make, and then you just kept being yourself. Sounds good. Well, I think that we should thank you both for the show you've put on. Raunak, good luck to you in the next match in the semifinals, and of course, good luck in Biel. I hope that tournament's going really well for you.
Yeah, it's going decently.
Great. And Chris, fantastic fight. And you've got many more years you could play in the Junior Speed Chess Championships. So good luck to you in all your future chess matches.
Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you for coming on, of course, to this interview with us. And of course, also from me and everybody else in Chess.com, best of luck in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So, Roland, that is one quarterfinal in the books. What are the other 3 matches coming up this week?
Yeah, of course, we have to talk about that. First of all, who is, of course, going to be the opponent of Raunak Sadhwani? And that is something that you guys are going to see on Monday, the 2nd of August, 19 CEST or 10 a.m. PDT, the match between Jeffrey Zhang and Arham Mahsudlu. I would say maybe these two might actually be the favorites to win the whole tournament. What do you think, David?
I think that the top seed Nihal Sarin might be by a little bit the favored overall. I think the seeding is done mainly based on Chess.com blitz and rapid rating, blitz and bullet ratings. It may be more complicated than that. Certainly, his ratings in those areas are stratospheric. I think he's like a really strong competitor, and to me, my other favorites would be Raunak, who we just saw, Jeffrey Xiong, and Eric Geisy.
All right. Yeah, who had to qualify to get into the main event here, actually. So yeah, we got still a lot more matches to come. Stay tuned for that, of course. They will, of course, be played throughout next week. And this was really exciting. I really liked this whole match. It was so close, so exciting. And hopefully, of course, the other matches will be like that. If they are going to be, then I'll be very happy to see that and to watch that. Yeah. So with that, I think we're closing up, right, David?
Yeah. Thank you, everybody, for watching. And tune in again on Monday. I hope you had a good time. I certainly did. And we look forward to seeing you in the future.
Yeah. Bye, everyone. Thanks for watching.